Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Welcome back here at the RAZER C Invitational 2022. I'm your host once again, Maria. I'll be here for the rest of the tournament. I was coming from PUBG Mobile series yesterday for 3 days straight. And that was epic. The announcement will be up on Team RAZER Facebook page, so you can definitely check it out. Who grabbed the final chicken dinner for our matches as of yesterday. And of course, what is the RAZER C Invitational all about, especially for you guys who just tuned in on day 7? Yeah, I think we're already on day 7. It features the top teams coming all the way from Southeast Asia as they duke it out for the 30,000 USD to pave the way for our upcoming SEA Games. And this is, of course, sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and presented to you by yours truly, RAZER, for gamers and by gamers. So just to give you guys a little bit of a recap of what happened on the first 4 days, or at least day 4, yeah. Day 4 of PUBG of Mobile Legends. Yes, we are continuing on with the MLBB division for day number 7. The first series, that was Singapore versus Vietnam. Vietnam with a clean sweep. And second series, that was Indonesia versus Singapore. Singapore getting that 2-0 against Indonesia. And for a match, the third match or the final series of that day, it was Thailand against Vietnam, ending in a neck-to-neck or a stalemate. And we're going to be seeing the same groups duke it out for this day: Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore. So I will not keep you guys at the edge of your seats any longer. But before we dive into that, please don't forget to like, follow, and spread the good vibes of today's live stream. There's going to be a lot of action here. And don't forget that our giveaway is still ongoing. You can go to Team RAZER Facebook page and guess or comment in our post there, who do you think will win for or become the grand champions of the RAZER C Invitational. We are giving away a RAZER Kishi controller, I think also the RAZER Hammerhead, and a lot of other RAZER merchandise just for you guys. So do check it out. The announcement of the winner will be given on the 27th or at the end of the tournament. So thank you to everybody who's here supporting the stream right now. But it's time to rock and roll, and let's let's see who will come out the winner for the MLBB for our first series. This is Malaysia versus Vietnam. And throwing the mic back to our casters, Burger Kim and Inga Nation. Let's rock and roll.
Oh, my colleague over here is experiencing some technical difficulties, so I will be leading this cast first. Thank you so much for another energetic start, Miss Aya as Maria. I love how Miss Aya, turn things up before they pass it on to us, our casters, me, Dengan, and of course my wonderful caster, BK. So of course, an upcoming heated match because these two teams haven't met yet in the group stages. So I believe it is Malaysia versus Vietnam. Malaysia, a 2-0 sweep against Singapore, then coming off a 0-2 clean sweep. Oh, they lost to Thailand, one of the titans here in RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. So they're currently standing at 2-2. On the other hand, Vietnam with a strong start. Vietnam currently has a 4-win, 2-lose record right now. But on the other hand, Vietnam has proved that Titans can be taken down as they take Thailand down in a stalemate 1-1. It was a beautiful comeback for the side of Vietnam. So now two teams will be indeed clashing here right now. Two teams that haven't met. Vietnam with Joe, their core, the YSS, who gave us the very first one and only Savage here so far in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia with that YSS Savage up against, I think it was Singapore, up against Singapore. And of course, who can forget the ever savvy and unpredictable Thailand as they were able to sweep down Singapore 2-0. But on the other hand, Singapore fans, you cannot be disheartened. You cannot lose hope. As Singapore's confidence, I keep mentioning this a lot of times, that they were able to instill confidence despite a 0-4 standing to be able to sweep a contender 2-0. So now we will see I've unseen a match between Vietnam and Malaysia. So for the fans of Vietnam, will they be able to continue the momentum as they take down Thailand in the process? So guys, if you are rooting for Vietnam, make some noise in the comment section. And on the other hand, Malaysia, the Malaysia squad, RAZER Invitational has proven that, comebacks are real. Coming from a 0-2 deficit against Thailand, will they be able to regain their confidence as they take down that tyrant, that titan killers, Vietnam? So for the fans of Malaysia, make some noise. And of course, make some noise as we welcome back our ever so classy and beautiful top analyst for our MLBB RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia, Miss Burger Kim, aka BK.
Definitely a comeback for me. Just a little switch up on my controls. But of course, what can you expect from RAZER? Best of the best. Here I am. You can hear my voice. It sounds so nice with this black shark.
Your team
yeah,
is
if you guys want
banning.
to check it out, do check out the RAZER website. That is razer.com for more information about their products. If you want to buy one yourself, it is available online. I mean, you can also buy it at your local stores. But yeah, Ingen, let's go back, or let's head into the draft. We have Vietnam and Malaysia. This time, if I'm not mistaken, they've never gone head-to-head. If I'm not mistaken, like based on my notes, they've
Your
never
team
gone
is
head-to-head. So
banning.
this is going to be really interesting. This is going to be really fresh. I mean, starting the week off, we have to have
Your
something
team
new
is
here.
banning.
But Vietnam, knowing their enemies as well, knowing for a fact their comfort picks as well, they've been taking out the they've taken out the Matilda rather and the Sicilian. And as for Malaysia, this is actually a standard ban. I'm not surprised if they'll take out the Blue or
Your
the
team
but there
is
you go. There
banning.
you have it. It is going to be the standard bans for Malaysia. Final ban here for Vietnam. The
Your
choke,
team
the
is
choke
banning.
of Malaysia that they can actually utilize as a roamer. And for the final battle of Malaysia, I'm guessing this is a Selena. I mean, Selena, Eve, I don't know. Depends on what you guys want to take out. Not unless you want to open the Selena up or just open up the Selena and bring something new here. I don't know.
Yeah, and based on what I watched over the weekend, a lot of new heroes are popping up in
Mhm.
the current meta. We've
Right.
seen the glue is still there, of course, but we've seen like Phobius, the Roth is like entering
Yeah,
the meta
Derot,
right
yeah.
away, as we see in the previous games. Also, the Wan is starting to be a stable hero here in the current meta. So, who will Malaysia
When you
go for?
gaze
You're
into
right,
the
Yeah,
Dengan.
team is
Selena.
Selena
picking
has
the
indeed been the
Ooh,
final
space.
ban, but
Phobius.
there is still the flex pick Paquito. Will they hover over this Phobius?
I fight for
Or
my
will they select?
dreams.
Your
Yes, the
team
flex
is
early pick
picking.
here as TIT will select this Paquito, and I believe it will go to Joe.
Yeah, the
Thorns
Paquito, and of
remain,
course shaking things
should
up since
petals
there's no
fall.
Matilda here in this lineup. It's already a given. This is the common pattern, guys. If the Paquito's not taken out, it is going to be the first choice. Definitely a great choice here. But yeah, Malaysia
Your
already
team is
solidifying their
picking.
draft here. Taking in the Kufra, a setter tank, and you also have
Among the
one of the
planes
comfort heroes
exists
as
the
well of Malaysia that
equilibrium,
has been
which
constantly
I
banned
was made for.
last week. And of course, I think Vietnam
I
knows
am
this
the
fact.
priestess of
And with that
primal
being said, I
lightning.
feel
Your
like they
team, the
are
hunter of
prepared
all
to
the evil
handle this
gods.
Lancelot by solidifying it further with crowd control. You have the Eve and you have the Edith, which I haven't seen being utilized last week. So I think this is a great answer from Vietnam, but they have to answer out to the Eve here. I mean, a Yuzong perhaps for Malaysia, or do they want to go for the boss for heroes here?
Yeah, I do believe that Vietnam hasn't used this Edith, although Edith was heavily utilized by the squad of Singapore. I forgot who the player was, but they were able to initiate a lot of early
night
takes, a
sky
lot of early
tells
pickups
Your
in the
team
early
is
games using this
banning.
Edith and Matilda combo, but Matilda will be banned. And of course, Malaysia will select another XP laner, Esmeralda, and they
Your
indeed
team
banned the
is banning.
Uranus.
Yeah, which seems to be a favorite pick here of Meow. I mean, we've seen in the past couple of games that
Time and tide
Vietnam
wait.
has actually
Your team
prioritized
is
this
banning.
Uranus, which is actually, I mean, it's still a good choice, but not the best definitely, but still a good choice. But Vietnam also, of course, taking out the Beatrix as well. Perhaps they're anticipating maybe a Bob and Koopa in the lane or maybe a Clint here. So yeah, they both still don't have gold laners here, like for both Vietnam and Malaysia. So I feel like maybe they can go the route of a mage gold lane, but I don't think that's so much like into the meta right now. So I feel like maybe they'll take out like Brody or maybe perhaps
Your
like
team
Clint,
is
but it's going
banning.
to be the Hylos, of course. Possible that Vietnam will actually take this. I mean, they're anticipating the fact that this
Yeah.
Edith will actually be a roamer.
Yeah, and I like the Hylos ban because recently in the games, Hylos can really stand his ground against an Esmeralda in the
Your
XP lane
team is
as
picking.
Vietnam selects Kagura as their final ban. So a lot of gold laners still up for grabs. We have the Clint, we have the Brody, and of course, as you mentioned, that Popol and
Popol and Koopa.
Koopa. So interesting picks, interesting bans for both sides of the team. It's really nice. So as you mentioned, this is like a sort of an icebreaker for both teams since it's their very first match
Yeah.
against each other. Although they've seen each other play against other teams,
Yeah.
but this will
This is
truly
different.
test. Yes. And Vietnam coming off a 1-1, a great comeback up against Thailand, and Malaysia
Mhm.
coming off a 0-2 against Thailand as well. So it's easy to say that Vietnam will win against Malaysia since they took down Thailand, but you know the game is round, ups and downs, a lot of epic comebacks, a lot of counter picks, and a
Your
lot of
team
surprise
is
picks. So
picking.
who knows who will win? But so far, right now, I'm also liking the side of Malaysia. A lot of crowd control with that Kufra, along with that Falling Star Moon, with
The
that
Empire is
Esmeralda,
safe.
and of
Oh.
course,
Your
a
team
lot
is
of
picking.
vision
Finally.
for the side of Malaysia as they have that Popol and Kupa traps. But on the other hand, Joe will indeed play the Fanny, and Paquito will be an XP laner. Finally, a second Fanny
Something new.
appearance in. Yes, something new indeed. And as I recall, one of the competitions I watched over the weekend, Fanny is so hard to counter. But other than that, on the side of Malaysia, I think they anticipated this
Yeah.
Fanny pick. That's why they had this
They
Popol
got
and
the
Kupa
Kufra.
along with this Kufra. Yeah, they got the Kufra, who's a really good counter up against this Fanny. But Fanny being the current meta right now, despite a lot of crowd controls, it's really hard to catch that Fanny because of those steel cables. And of course, they really have a lot of mobile players along with a lot of frontliners in that Yuzhong. When the Dragon form is popped, you really can't get your hands on any of the players of Vietnam. So good composition on both sides of the team as Malaysia picks up a Kagura. This is actually a first, no?
No, it's a
First
Kadita.
Kagura.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, it
Kadita
was a Kadita.
actually.
Kadita.
Yeah, it
It's
was a
really a
Kadita. Yeah,
first.
they look similar. Yeah, I totally get you.
Yeah.
But Kadita, yeah, we haven't seen this. Okay, I kind of got confused because
Never.
I also casted a few matches during the weekend, and I was like, yeah, they actually look similar. I was like, oh, I've seen this Kadita, but not in the Razer Invitational. So this is a first actually for Malaysia, something new. And I guess the Fanny would be put into play here for the side of Vietnam, since you have an Eve. I was actually kind of worried how TNTK will be able to position himself with that Eve, since there is a lot of heroes that can dive in the backlines of Malaysia. So with this Fanny pick, so it's not just like to dish out some damage. It's also this Fanny like disrupting the possible initiation that will come from Vietnam. So I'm liking it already, but at the same time, Malaysia is also very much prepared for that. So it's not going to be easy as well for Joe to do with those steel cables, especially when Yamichi is in line. But here comes the initiation, lots of pokes, but it will be, of course, safely disengaged as Joe will be able to take in his purple buff as well. Most of the time you see it being invaded, especially if you have like a Fanny in your team, right? You see the entire enemy team going to your purple buff just like they wanted to. They want to take it, but this time Vietnam does secure it. So it's not a lot of aggression from Malaysia just yet. So.
But did you see Yu Zhong's rank? Did you see Meow's rank? He's actually number 4, I believe, in Vietnam. The 4th Yu Zhong in the whole of Vietnam. So I'll be expecting Goldilocks to have a hard time going up against this Yu Zhong. But we know Malaysia for a fact that they really have good communications and good rotations for their side, as they can easily rotate, especially with the Popol and Koopa, the Kufra. They can easily rotate, but we'll see how Yu Zhong will utilize his one of the favorite heroes, as first blood will indeed fall in the hands of Joe. Steel cables and tornado strike up against Rain, as Rain falls down in the early first minute mark, and of course the turtle will indeed respawn in 5 seconds. Good pickoff for the side of Vietnam with that fan.
Yeah, it's good that Joe was able to get that pick off. Rain here is not even level 4 yet, so there's no rough waves, no ultimates here from the side of Malaysia. And of course, yeah, calculated ins and outs here for Vietnam. But if you take a look at the golden, I just noticed that it is actually the Poquito going to the gold lane to go up against the Popol and Koopa. I'm not so sure how that is fair, because as we all know, Popol and Koopa is a lane bully. Like, he can definitely push in a lot of towers. We've seen this last week. The Popol and Koopa, especially when it does get its items, it is going to be difficult to sustain the lead. But so far, TIT is actually doing pretty well here. So the next big thing here for Vietnam is they had a great start, and of course the first blood went to Joe here. So it will be wise for them to actually take in this turtle, but I feel like Malaysia is definitely going to test this. But take a look how Vietnam is actually containing the entire turtle pit.
A 5-man rotation for the side of Vietnam as they try to take an uncontested turtle, the very first turtle in the 3-minute mark. And yes, indeed, it will go to the hands of Joe with that retribution. But on the other hand, we see a potential clash here with that Kufra and Kadita, but Paquito is able to withstand the damage, and of course a counterattack will pursue here for the side of Vietnam. Paquito still not going home, trying to reinforce his teammates as well, but will Yamichi be able to make great plays right now? Tyrant's Rage will indeed connect, but the flicker out on Bronze will save him in the process. Real world manipulation won't finish the job, but of course Joe is right there to finish things off. Cutthroat did not connect on that Popol. It connected on that Lancelot, but not on that Popol, as both teams will try to disengage, but Phantom Execution will not finish the job, as Edith will take down that Lancelot. Joe, on the other hand, Cutthroat on that Popol and Koopa. Will he be able to take down the Twofer? No, instead they will back out and focus instead on the objectives. Good pickoff for the side of Malaysia. 3-0 is the current standing, current direct record here in the scoreboard as Joe with 1 kill, and of course that Edith Bronze with 2 kills. Good pick off for the side of Vietnam.
Good gravy. Did you see how Vietnam just baited Malaysia to go in for that? I mean, bronze already was so low in that case, and I feel like Malaysia was anticipating that they wouldn't go back and go in for the initiation once again. But it was just bronze just outplaying everyone from Malaysia. And if you see this is actually quite new here. Like TIT getting the upper hand here. I mean, you're going up against a populous Koopa and you are actually
Red
winning
team
the
hero
train
has
here.
been slain.
Speaking of TIT, he does take down Yamichi in the process. That's a lot of gold plating. Vietnam, it's still very solid with this. I mean, you're expecting the setups to come from Malaysia. Take a look at their lineup. They have like 2 assassins. They also have setup. But geez, Malaysia, take a look at how they're playing this. They're playing it so well right now.
Dude, look at Paquito withstanding that Popple ult, and the Cutthroat will indeed finish off that Popple and Koopa for the hands of Joe as they take down this Popple and Koopa. Rain, on the other hand, not in a good position. Real world manipulation will be casted, but not enough damage. Earthshaker will indeed connect against Yamichi, but it was used to just zone them out as Imal will get the Little Wanderer for the side of Malaysia, as both teams will now try to get good position here in the turtle lane as the second turtle will respond, but Earthshaker on the other hand for Bronze. Bronze was able to actually set a beautiful play for the side of Vietnam. Good tornado strike for that Joe, and he clearly disengages right after. I love how Joe just swoops in after the set, does his job, deals damage, kills the remaining players, and then just backs away. I love the patience and the discipline for this. Bronze actually, there was a clash in the top lane where Bronze had the opportunity to take down that Kufra, but instead recalled. He didn't want to be greedy. He wanted to focus on the objectives. He wanted to showcase his discipline as they just came from a stalemate up against the Tyrants, Thailand. So good discipline for the side of Vietnam, especially on that Fanny, Joe.
Yeah, if you take a look at the map right now, it seems like Malaysia's just equalizing the tower takes by just taking in the bot side. So at least somehow Malaysia is kind of, you know, evening things out. They're evening the ball game here up against Vietnam, because with the way things are going, I mean, with their composition, they absolutely have no one to dish damage when it comes to the late game. I mean, not unless it's Papa Zupa here or Sora Cutie, but other than that, I mean, it's just more on the sustain. So I'm not so sure how this Kadita will be put into play. I mean, I get the idea, I get the concept, I get what they want to actually happen here, but it's so far it's not. I mean, they are standing at the 0, but you know, who knows? Maybe perhaps we'll see more team fights later on as the time progresses, but as of now, it is still Vietnam taking the lead right now. I mean, in terms of range, in terms of front to back composition, it is going to be Vietnam. Definitely Vietnam taking this one. I mean, you have the Eve, and you also have Bronze. They're doing a very fantastic job as this Edith, just, you know, setting things up for the entire Vietnam. And you know, just in case the members here of Malaysia doesn't get the final blow here from either TNTK or Bronze, it's just Joe going in for the cutthroat.
Yeah, what an amazing play for the side of Vietnam. Despite this Edith actually setting Malaysia up, there was a Tyrant's counter set. The sustainability of Bronze just showing right now with another beautiful set as a real world manipulation will try to finish off Goldilocks, but instead Goldilocks will use that falling star move to disengage, but Fanny continues with the tornado strike, dealing damage to Yamichi, and Goldilocks bringing them down in the process as they try to take down the tier 1 tower here in the mid lane. Good team composition, good team fight for the side of Vietnam, and I really love how Joe just keeps micromanaging the players of Malaysia after killing 2 in the process, and moving goes straight to the bottom lane as they try to take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. This Fanny pick doing wonders for Vietnam. Objective after objective, kills after kills, but the Falling Star Moon and the Tyrant Ring will connect, but the sustain is just there to actually, sustain all the damage they're taking. What a turnaround for Vietnam. They were able to kill Bronze, but in the process, they lost Yamichi. And who's that? And Sorat in the process. Amazing plays for the side of Vietnam. I love how Edith Bronze was able to tank a lot of damage, but Fanny, Joe, amazing, knows how to respond, knows where to go, is always in the right place and in the right time, waiting for Malaysia to cast numerous spells so they won't be able to CC this Fanny, and Fanny will just be able to tornado strike his way through 2 kills in the process. I love this team composition for the side of Vietnam. Good takes for Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at what Malaysia is doing right now, their composition is built on the on Invader's on setups. Like the Gufra and the Khadija here. It's already signifying what Malaysia wanted, is to get the payoff, to get the surprise jumps here. But it seems like they are not doing that right now. It's always isolated. At the same time, they also have to take control here of TNTK as once again Tyrant's Rage onto the mid side, and that as a on Liao and Joe. So here comes that I was just saying the setup here from Malaysia will matter now. It's just TIT here left to defend as he backs away. It's going to be a 4 versus 1 rather, and it is Malaysia now striking back this time. Beautiful, beautiful Tyrant's Rage, and at the same time you have the rough waves connecting.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
And with that being said, it is going to be Malaysia now that has the better position on the score. And considering they have Sora Keys here with the Poplar Tuba, it is going to be a
Red team has slain the Lord.
as Malaysia secures in this Lord, not get the Lucas run.
I love how Kufra was able to turn things around. This is why I love Kufra. An easy set, a good set can really turn things around. And luckily that rough waves and of course Thorndros with that Falling Star Moon connected, bursting down the remaining members of Vietnam as they take the tier 1 tower in the top lane, and also the level 1 Lord. Good clash for the side of Malaysia, but will they be able to hold out will they be able to hold out long enough for them to actually win against Tyrant themselves, Vietnam, as Makito here will go up against Amal focusing his objectives in the tier 2 tower in the bot lane, as Tyrant Rage will not connect on Meow. Black Dragon form will indeed be casted to back away, but good. Here comes Joe trying to zone out the remaining members of Malaysia, but sustain right now as they have a 3k lead. I don't know if Joe will be able to actually burst down anyone, as the Cutthroat will connect against that Popple and Kuma ejector on that Edith, as both teams will try to disengage since real world manipulation will be used to zone out the remaining members of Malaysia. Good pickoff for the side of Vietnam, but the sustain of Malaysia is starting to show right now. A 2k gold lead for the side of Malaysia as they were able to take down numerous towers along with that turtle. How will Vietnam be able to come back from this 2k deficit? What a beautiful swing for the side of Malaysia.
I feel like, they should totally avoid getting set up once again by Malaysia like that. And that is exactly what Malaysia wanted earlier on, is to have those setups, to have those team fights, and they had that. And after that clash, it just turned things around here for Vietnam. But with the way things are going, I feel like Vietnam still has this in the bag. We just have to, perhaps avoid the setups here from Yamichi, and then the rough waves from Ray. It's just surprising. I mean, there's a lot of CZ here from Malaysia. I feel like they really anticipated this fan pick. Right now, they are just trying to go, but here comes the Falling Star Moon again as the entire Malaysia members isolated clash once again. But this is wait for the break damage to be a TK, but here comes another one as Liao goes down. Joe, nowhere to go as he is forced to back away. Still Malaysia winning that one, as TIT is now forced to defend this second tier tower, but I feel like it is going to Malaysia once again.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Already securing the POC as well as the Demon Hunter sword. Extra damage already, extra life steal, so it's going to be a pain to actually deal with Sora Cute here.
Goldilocks with an amazing falling star up against Meow despite that Black Dragon form being casted. What an amazing pick-off for the side of Malaysia, then focusing their attack on Edith as well as TNTK, but Paquito was nowhere to be found since he was trying to defend that tier 2 tower. On the other hand, Joe's Steel Cables and Tornado Strike couldn't finish the job. They were able to take down one, but they just couldn't handle the sustain of Malaysia any longer as we tried to approach the mid to late game at the 13-minute mark. The Luminous Lord has respawned, but I think this will go on the side of that Malaysia. The bursting capabilities of that Popol Kupa partnered with that Thorn Rose coming from that Lancelot, I believe they will be able to take down this Lord as Tyrant Trade will be casted, and Rough Wave on that Yuzhong as Yuzhong will go down, but on the other hand Paquito will take down that Popol and Kupa Thorn Rose, but no Tornado Strike Cutthroat on that Lancelot. Malaysia forced to back out as Joe bursting out, Rain in the process. Rain not in a good position, trying to circle around that purple blue pit, successfully able to walk away, but no, Joe will still try to go for Rain as Yamichi will protect his mid laner in the process. But on the other hand, Malaysia has garnered good Vietnam has garnered good position here in the Turtle Lord as they tried to take down the Luminous Lord, but with Goldilocks here trying to go, Falling Star Moon will connect, and the stun coming from the Lord, but not enough to burst down this Edith. Edith will have to pop this ult to be able to take down Goldilocks, but the sustain coming from Goldilocks as Eve will take down that Kadita. Black Dragon form popped up. Tyrant's Rage connects. A lot of messy clashes for both teams, but Malaysia continuing their onslaught. Goldilocks still going for Tit as Tit tries to back away. Meow not in a good position. Black Dragon form has been expended, but Toro Cutie finishing off that Yuzhong despite Vietnam taking the Luminous Lord in the process. 5 seconds they were able to take down this Lord, and now pursuit a counter push for the side of Malaysia. Good clashes, good CCs for the side of Malaysia with that Tyrant's Rage on Yuzhong. Falling Star Moon connects, and you know what? Goldilocks was actually there in the whole process. There were 4 members of Vietnam in the Turtle Lord, Lord Pit, but Goldilocks sustained being able to take all the the Turtle Lord. But Goldilocks with the sustain, being able to sustain the damage of the Lord and 4 members of Vietnam, buying enough time for the reinforcements to engage and kill 3 players for the side of Malaysia. Good zoning capabilities for the side of Goldilocks. A good, beautiful set for Yamichi, and of course Sora Cutie with that burst damage along with Himal. Malaysia turning things around as Yamichi finds another pick off but will not engage as they will try to wait out, I believe, another Lord. Joe here on the other hand trying to split push since he's the only player here for the side of Vietnam who will be able to actually split push. And, you know, when Malaysia engages, you can actually escape. So I do understand why Joe continues to split push, especially since 70 seconds. And the Lord will indeed respawn once again. But Malaysia, up until now, trying to get a good position here in the mid lane, controlling the map. And even Goldilocks zoning out the remaining members of Vietnam could withstand the damage coming from Paquito as another clash will pursue. Yamichi trying to go for TNTK. Falling Star Moon did connect but will not hit anyone as Paquito will try to go against Goldilocks. Goldilocks indeed still trying to push out the lane as another clash will pursue here. Joe. Black Dragon forms to zone out the remaining members of Malaysia. Earthshaker on that Yamichi. Yamichi Tyrant's Rage will connect but not enough to dish damage against the squad of Vietnam as Malaysia trying to fall back, trying to micromanage. Goldilocks on the other hand in the back line trying to zone out and give vision for the side of Malaysia as Vietnam tries to push out the remaining lanes. Falling Star Moon will connect on the creep as Goldilocks will indeed try to buy some more time for Malaysia as the Lord will respond in 5 seconds. But a 4-man rotation for the side of Vietnam. Will they be able to take down Goldilocks? Good counter set on the side of Vietnam, but that flicker coming from Goldilocks enough to buy time against Vietnam. Vietnam on the other hand has to rush this Lord since Yamichi is not yet in the picture. Will they be able to take down the Lord, or will Malaysia be able to counter engage with a beautiful set, especially they have this Kufra, they have this Popple, they have this Kadita, and of course they have the Falling Star Moon coming from Esmeralda as both teams try to get good position here in the Lord Pit.
Yeah, for the side of Malaysia, I feel like Yamichi has to be a bit more careful, or rather, he has to choose who he has to use that Tyrant's Rage on. I mean, right after the Tyrant's Rage, here's the thing about Malaysia's composition. Great CC, but at the same time, after the Tyrant's Rage, after the Rough Waves combo, I mean, that's really what they're doing here. That's why they're getting the necessary pickoffs. After the Rough Waves combo, after the Tyrant's Rage, what's next for them? Yeah, even after the Falling Star Moon, what's next, right? I mean, as for Goldilocks, he definitely loves all these dive heroes. He went for Kali last time. This time, it's a little bit different than the Esmeralda, but an early clash might pop up in just a little bit before they actually go into the board. I mean, this is the final clash before the team. Here comes the Black Dragon form as the real world manipulation as well onto the backside. Takes down Sora Cutie, and that is one member down from Malaysia. Make that another as a ball goes down, and that is what Vietnam wants. They want to get the pickoffs, and without their jungler, it is going to be difficult to secure in that board. But it seems like it's another plan here for Vietnam as they just watching from this tower. We also have Rod here with needed. They can possibly going for the dive, but take a look. It's only locked in the midst of it all. He can't even take it down. Finally, the shutdown that we've all been waiting for the side of Vietnam. Goldilocks goes down after that long clash. That is standing right here as Vietnam will go in for the victory in this very first game for today.
It took 5 players for the side of Vietnam to take down Goldilocks, and actually Goldilocks was about to kill that Eve, that TNTK Eve, but on the other hand, Vietnam's patience and discipline proves that discipline can actually do you wonders for your team. I actually think that Malaysia had it in the bag. They just really had to wait for one beautiful set. Maybe it be the Falling Star Moon, the Tyrant's Rage, or even a stun coming from that Popple and Pupa. But no, they had to force that clash. It was a messy clash for the side of Malaysia. I saw the Falling Star Moon connected on Eve. Eve using the flicker out. After Eve used that flicker, real world manipulation dealing damage to the Malaysian squad, and Vietnam just taking control from there on. So Malaysia had this in the bag. They just really had to wait for a beautiful set, for a beautiful stun, but they just pushed it. They just forced the clash. A Falling Star Moon on that Eve did not finish the job. The real world manipulation, on the other hand, bursting the remaining members of Malaysia as the clash was brought about by Vietnam, dealing huge amount of damage. The Lancelot had that immortality. It was popped by Paquito. Paquito eventually killing that Lancelot in the process. Malaysia had to back down from the fight, but it was the 15 or 16 minute mark, meaning their death counter it had a lot of time. They had to wait for the remaining members to respawn. They couldn't hold on any longer, and that beautiful clash for the side of Vietnam proves that Vietnam doesn't rely on momentum, but they rely on their skills. Good pick-off for the side of Vietnam. Congrats. 1-0 so far.
Yep.
But Malaysian fans, don't you worry, it's not yet over. There is indeed another game between Vietnam and Malaysia. You know that Malaysia can indeed come back from any deficit, but will it be enough to take down the Tyrant Killers Vietnam?
Yeah. Jeez, what a game here by both teams. I also actually thought that Malaysia had it in the bag, but unfortunately, like right after the combos, that's what I mentioned earlier on. After all the combos, after all the ultimates here from Malaysia, what's gonna be next for them? I mean, yeah, they have the sustain, but it was still Vietnam, definitely with their front to back line composition, did very well in the final clash, and that is really what mattered. They didn't even need the Lord there, they just went for it. And it's a good call actually for both teams, or rather for Vietnam this time, securing in the victory for today. But for now, again, after that, a very intense first game, always a very intense opening here in the RAZER Invitational. I'm gonna have to pass it on to our host, Miss Aya. Your thoughts about that match?
Woo! Same with our casters BK and Ian here, I really thought Malaysia had it. I really thought like, oh, that was an amazing turnaround that they could take it all back in the later parts of the game. You know, Vietnam earlier, regardless being on top with the kills in again the early parts of the game, Malaysia focused on the objectives and the late game. But as they caught up with Vietnam somewhere at the 13th minute mark onwards, we're seeing one of the closest fights here in the Razors Invitational. Yeah, with all that chaos, with all that tide shifts, yet Vietnam continues to show their dominance and to hold up that reputation of being a threat to the other teams here. All I have to say, or all I can say, is well played, Vietnam. That was really well played, and not just going through the momentum that you thought is going to just snowball and Malaysia will get it through until the end of the game. Vietnam was able to just beautifully stitch their combos and skills there to get that flawless victory at the end of the first game. So that was amazing and mind-blowing, but there's still going to be game number 2. Let's see if we will see a comeback from Malaysia once again, as they always do. But anyways, guys, we know that we don't want to miss any of those moments, especially when things are happening, things are hyped up, and like there's so many crazy things happening on the screen, right? And we want to experience that as a viewer or as a player. And for moments like that, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by the Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, meaning it's always synced with your game. You can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience that we all deserve. So don't go anywhere, guys. Let's see, maybe another comeback Malaysia happening on game number 2 for the first series. But before anything else, we'll be having a short break to prepare and see you back here at the Razor Scene Invitational 2022.
Don't stop partying, we get naughty. Go!
As Vietnam takes home another win and to add to their reputation. Even though we really saw Malaysia, we thought they had it in the bag. We thought they can still change things for them, but it's really Vietnam who just did an amazing counter to everything that Malaysia did, even though they did a late game back there. So that's not the end of the story yet, so don't go anywhere. Let's see if Malaysia can still retake their glory in game number 2 for our first series of the MLBB division. Let's not keep you guys waiting. Let's head on over and dive back into the land of dawn with our amazing casters from the Philippines, Burger Kim and Inga Nation.
The series is not over indeed. Thank you for that, Miss Aya Esmaria. So for all you Malaysia fans out there, continue to show your support. As you know, this competition is full of ups and downs, full of epic comebacks, and of course full of unpredictability. So guys, Malaysian fans, continue to hold on as you support your team in game 2. Vietnam versus Malaysia. Now, Vietnam, me and BK were actually talking about this a while ago, that Malaysia really had to rely on a lot of CC heroes. So they really needed that a lot to force a lot of
They
clashes.
overdid it.
But on the other, yes, they overdid it. Actually, 4 of their 5 players are CC heroes. So BK was asking, after the combos, after the sets, what's next? BK was actually looking for a lot of range, heroes, like some sort of like Lunox or maybe a Lilia. But on the other hand, Vietnam, despite the numerous miracle sets, I really had to commend Meow's Drone. There's a reason why he's number 4 world rank with that Drone, because he was able to, zone out the damage dealers of Malaysia despite numerous sets coming from that Falling Star Moon, coming from that Tyrant Stage. That was just really amazing with the zoning capabilities, and even though he gets picked off in the end, the after effects, the end was just so vital for Vietnam's victory, as they were able to take down Malaysia and actually continue their momentum coming off a win against Thailand and now a win against Malaysia.
With that being said, though, again, take a look at the bans here from Malaysia. Quite different, a different route this time. I believe the blue. Your team is no, it's not open still. So Matilda is open here. I mean, it was banned out in the first round. Paquito is already out. So this time, will Malaysia perhaps go for the first pick Esmeralda? Or maybe, there's a lot open here. Cecilion as well as Lilia is also... Yeah, Edith is also up for grabs here for both teams. And as for Vietnam, we know that they love this Cecilion. They are more on the textbook kind of type of team. Like, they love to go in for the front to back line. But the Cho was actually banned out in the first game, which will be put into play right now. Again, could be a flex pick here for Malaysia. It could go to the gold lane. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. Gold lane Cho, EXP lane Cho, even the tank Cho. But I mentioned the Esmeralda could be picked up. It went to the hands of Malaysia earlier. Fantastic run for Goldilocks. Really massive zoning, but this time Vietnam is like, yeah, you had the CC earlier. Here we go. We can also do the CC, getting in the Esmeralda and the Kufra.
I love this potential Karina pick. I actually saw this yesterday with that Demon Slayer emblem, that jungle emblem. that Karina was just really fast farming and was able, but no, they will instead go with the Hayabusa, a high win rate, a high ban and pick rate also here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia as they finish it off with the Eve for the side of Malaysia. It was actually they're switching
Yeah, they're
heroes right
switching,
now.
yes,
Yeah,
they
Malaysia with that
are.
Esmeralda
I'm
and
glad you
Kufra, and
noticed
now
that.
Malaysia with the Eve for themselves. Actually, that Eve was such a vital hero for the side of Vietnam a while ago. Good
Yeah,
positioning and the
flashes.
casting of that real world manipulation was just on point. Actually, Meow was about to burst down that Eve, but that Eve flicker and then real world manipulation burst out the remaining members of Malaysia. So I like this Eve pick.
Your
I like how
team
they're
is
switching
banned.
their heroes right now for both teams as the Ling will indeed be selected by Cho. Not much a high win rate here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia, but still a reliable assassin, especially if you want to
Your
go for those
team is
fast-paced
banning.
assassins that could easily control the map and partnered it up with a lot of CC heroes in the Falling Star Moon of Esmeralda and the Tyrant's Rage on that Kufra. Good, interesting picks for the side of
Your
Vietnam,
team
but
is
I was
banning.
gonna say the Sicilian could be picked up for Vietnam since they love going for that. I mean, they've played the Sicilian so many times, and it's wise for Malaysia to actually take that down. One hero down, but I feel like Vietnam wasn't gonna go for the Sicilian, considering that there is a lot of heroes here from the side of Malaysia.
Your
to actually
team
deal
is
with the
banning.
Sicilian. But of course, it is going to be the Reynas taken out of the equation here for Vietnam. Difficult hero to deal with. The regen as well as the zoning capabilities, it's there. But Malaysia, I feel like they could take out the Lilia or perhaps the Kagura. I feel like Vietnam could possibly go for the Farsa here, but at the same time, you have the Cho, so it's not really a good pickup for the side of Vietnam.
Your
But I
team
mentioned the
is
Kagura,
banning.
and it's wise for Vietnam to actually take that out. So now with that being said, if they want to solidify this dive setup, they can go for the Lunox. Okay, total dive here, massive CC as well. But I'm thinking Vietnam should go. Lilia is still open here, but it is actually going to be difficult to execute that Lilia. There's a lot of heroes here that you can't really pick off. So I'm really wondering what
Matilda is still
Oh,
open.
oh my goodness,
Your
the
team
Lunox
is
is actually
Oh, no.
here. I just mentioned it. Are you guys actually? Am I actually your coach behind the scenes? But yeah, this time Vietnam goes for the
Your
normal
team is
dive
picking.
setup, and Malaysia answers it out with dives as well. They go for the Aldous for the late game insurance, and they also go for the Kali to answer out to the dives. Once again, Goldilocks on this Kali, high and dry emblem, not to mention the seal, the deal. He gets the execute as well. So now this is going to be a mid lane Lunox and a Phobius. Oh, wise choice. Why didn't I see this Phobius come into play? I mean, obviously, Malaysia already got the Esmeralda. The direct counter here for the Phobius is already out, so it is actually a wise choice. The side lane Phobius, lots of dashes here for the side of Malaysia, so I feel like this Phobius could be a game changer. You mentioned it earlier, Ingrid, that we haven't seen much of this Phobius, but if it's out, wow. Massive game changer.
I'm still
in
not
game.
sure if Phobius will indeed be a side laner or actually a mid laner.
It
And
went to
then Lunox will
Meow.
actually go to the gold laner. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm still not sure what's gonna happen
I
right
saw
now, but
Meow
so
take
far.
it. I saw Meow take it, so,
So-
it's kind
So
of
Phobius will
confirming
go
the fact
in the ano.
the EXP lane. Actually, not unless they have some role swap here that I'm not informed of. Like, I'm the coach here. I'm just kidding. But you know, unless I'm not informed of. Like, I mean, it does happen. Okay, it does happen. The role swap. Like sometimes, like okay, maybe let's put Meow on the. But I feel like Vietnam's not that kind of team, considering how they have been playing or how they have been showcasing what they've got for the past weeks. I feel it's still going to be the same. So yes, it is going to be a Phobius EXP
Side
lane
lane,
and
yeah.
Esmeralda
Yeah.
gold lane. But my
And it's funny
biggest
to me.
problem here is just they don't have any scaling heroes for Vietnam this time. I mean, they are known to go for the Sicilian. They are known to go for the late game plays, but this time it's not. They're like, okay, we can also do that early game aggression here. Like we can totally do that.
Yes, they
And
really want that early game aggression.
definitely take a look at Joe here. Man, already going to the purple buff side here. Joe does get it. as Malaysia is now forced to back away from that. Retribution wasn't used here by Imal, but still a good pressure here for the side of Malaysia.
Good counters, counter positioning for the side of Vietnam's Meow. I love how easily he rotates, was able to rotate and help his squad there in the purple buff. But indeed, Joe will still get that purple buff for the side of Vietnam. Now, I was laughing since you mentioned off cam that Malaysia lacked, a range mage hero for the early composition in the previous game. But I think you're really the coach of Vietnam as they really take that Lunox for themselves right
That
now.
was
I love
just
the team composition. Yeah.
That was just a guess, actually, because I mean they got the Esmeralda. So what is the natural counter for the Esmeralda? It's the Lunox, right? And then what can actually take in all the dives, or the possible pickoffs that will come from Malaysia? It's also still the Lunox. He's totally immune, or she is totally immune in this case, when she pops in the Order of Feeling. So I was like, oh, it would be actually great for their composition. I was just making a guess. I was just making my suggestion, but I wasn't sure if they'll actually take it, but they do. But speaking of both teams, right now, Ingen, still no casualties for both sides, but Malaysia already going for the turtle here. But since Vietnam has the link, it can be an easy steal here. But take a look at how Malaysia is already going around the turtle pit, solidifying their grab here. As yes, they do take in the first wave of the game. And here comes the real manipulation. Bronze goes down in the process, and that is the first blood goes to the side of Malaysia. Tempest of Blades here, getting Joe in a sticky situation as he is able to pop in that mid point. No ultimate or no Uji Shadow kill here for Imal as Vietnam really goes in, but Liao with the final hit takes down Yamichi. Still a trade-off here for Vietnam.
The trade-off 1-for-1 for both teams as no gold lead for either side of the team is extending. But on the other hand, Malaysia was able to get that first total of the game as TNTK will try to burst down Rain. Rain with a slowing effect, but he's not able to burst down Rain in the process despite that tower dive. So I love that slow. That slow was really the vital element of why Rain was able to survive. But on the other hand, Vietnam will try to get this turtle buff from Malaysia. Very, very aggressive. They're really relying on that early on aggression. Real world manipulation will indeed be popped. Will Tin fall down to the Tyrant Trade? Will Tin attack Tempest of Blades will indeed be cast off as Sora Cutie still zoning out the remaining members of Vietnam. Will he be able to pop this ult in time to go against that Ling? But he instead refocuses on that Kufra, taking down that Kufra in the process. Malaysia's counter-attack foiling the early aggression of Vietnam in the process. A 2-for-none trade for the side of Malaysia.
A little bit too overzealous there for the side of Vietnam. I mean, I get it. You guys want to push this thing, like, you want to end this thing as early as possible, considering the fact that Malaysia has this Aldous here, but that was a little bit too much, actually. I get the fact that they're trying to take away the purple here from Imal, a crucial thing for Hayamusa to have, but it was immediately punished here by Malaysia. So I totally don't get it. They didn't even have anything to answer it out with. Joe gets the way of the dragon, but still the pressure is on as Liao goes in for the demonic fort. Here comes the ultimate as well. But here comes Goldilocks on the back rise with the raging sandstorm takedown. But here goes Liao as well with the ultimate still up here, still up and kicking. But here goes the back of 3IT, but no one is taken down there as Malaysia still gets the winning trade. They are surprisingly doing very well with this in this early stages of the game. I mean, we expected it's going to be Vietnam, right? Early aggression, but of course they answer it out, of course, with Yamichi's Cho as well as Goldilocks. These are two heroes that can perform very well as well in the early stages of the game. So it kind of equalizes out. So I feel like Vietnam shouldn't force out these unnecessary clashes. I mean, totally useless right now. They're just feeding Sora Cutie here on this Aldous. I mean, how many stacks does he already have? And plus, Malaysia already got in one turtle, possibly going for the second. So this is not looking good for Vietnam as they equalize by the power on the top side. So at least an objective here for the side of Vietnam.
It was actually an amazing play there by Goldilocks. Yamichi sustaining all the damage and Goldilocks waiting for the perfect opportunity to cast that Raging Sandstorm. But on the other hand, Rain as well with that real-world manipulation to finish things off, eliminating 2 members in the process as Sora Cutie taking down TNTK. That Aldous you mentioned, how many stacks does Aldous already have in the 6-minute mark? Vietnam beating Sora Cutie. 2 kills to no deaths. I thought Malaysia, we actually thought that Malaysia was a late game composition, but right now they're earning and actually dominating the early stages of the game as Yamichi will try to zone out the remaining members of Vietnam as they try to take down the tier 1 tower. Yamichi going for Miao there in the mid lane, but will decide to disengage as Bronze will try to micromanage Yamichi. Both roamers having a standoff here in the bush as Yamichi just trying to bait off the remaining members of Vietnam. Way of the Dragon will be popped off on Kufra, but Kufra wisely with that flicker. TITK on the re-engagement side. Will the Falling Star Moon be casted? No, it will not, as both teams will try to disengage here in the mid lane. I just couldn't say anything right now. Malaysia actually controlling the map. Speechless right now, despite having that Aldous relying on the late game stack. They're actually dominating the first game as TIT, this Esmeralda pick, continuing to sustain the remaining members, but shows Yamichi will finish off the job, but not in a good position right now as Bronze trying to micromanage that Yamichi along with TNTK. Both teams will disengage. The turtle is indeed respond here in the 8 as we approach the 8-minute mark, but Goldilocks Raging Sandstorm on that Ling, but Ling was able to capitalize on his passive, dealing actually avoiding that potential death for the side of Vietnam. Another uncontested turtle for the side of Malaysia, but will that Tyrant's Revenge be casted? No. Both teams will disengage and continue the fight here in the mid lane.
If you take a look at, speaking of Goldilocks here, he already got the Blade of Hephaestus, and I believe he's building towards a Radiant Armor. So if you take a look at the items here from Malaysia, they are more building on the sustain. That is like 3 Radiant Armors already in, totally nullifying the effect here of TNTK as well as TIT. Speaking of TIT, he does get caught out in a bad situation, but is able to dance away. But it seems like the clash here is going to be happening on the mid side. Real manipulation popped up as Miao goes in for the Demonic Force, takes down Sora, Cutie, and Bronze is the next one on the chopping board as the Order of Brilliance will be popped in as well. But TNT, but here comes the Way of the Dragon by Yamichi in the nick of time as Miao goes down. No one is stronger than the tower. It is still Malaysia winning this one. Sora Cutie, the only casualty as Miao and Bronze will fall under the hands of Vietnam. 9-4 is our score. 9 minutes mark. Still, Malaysia leads.
No one indeed is stronger than the tower, as you mentioned, and I was actually very curious as to why Vietnam forced a clash in the mid lane in Malaysia's tier 1 tower in the mid lane despite having a 2k gold deficit. They were really eager to take down that Aldous because Aldous was supposed to be a problem in the late game. But so far, Aldous, Sora Cutie is a problem right now. So they really want to focus their attack on that Aldous. But Yamichi here not in a good position. Flickers away. Miao still going for Yamichi as Goldilocks will indeed try to zone out the remaining members of Vietnam. Real world manipulation will be fought. Raging Sandstorm to stun 2 members of Vietnam. Hayabusa right there to finish the job, but not enough. But the sustain coming from Phobius is not enough. Goldilocks actually, as Vietnam tries to re-engage here in the mid lane. A 1-for-0 trade for the side of Malaysia. Once again, Goldilocks still not over, trying to deal damage against TIT's Esmeralda. Now, the Esmeralda in the game 1 was actually one of the most, very sustainable and so.
Yeah, as
having trouble as an Esmeralda going up against this Sora Cutie Khalid, and Hayabusa will indeed take.
Ooh, Tyrant's Rage. Oh, here comes
Side of Malaysia. But on the other hand, Hayabusa will take down that Lunux for 2-for-1 trade again. No, not this time for the side of Vietnam. to zone out CIT, but CIT right now showing his early on aggression and sustainability as they take down Ayabusa. Falling Star Moon will connect on that Aldous. Vietnam turning things around. Joe's not yet over. Tro is about to go for that rain, but on the other hand, Malaysia was able to get that Lord, so Vietnam could not push right now. They have to take down that Lord before anything else. What turn of events right again for the side of Vietnam? Early on in game one, it was Malaysia about to start an epic comeback, but right now, Vietnam proving that they don't care about the goal deficit, they don't care about the scoreboard. We will continue our aggression. Vietnam proving once again that they are a force to be reckoned with here in game two.
Yeah, again, you know what? Vietnam, despite the fact that there are so many Radiant Armors as well as Athena Shield on the side of Malaysia, they seem to be doing well. It's not really completely nullifying the effects yet of the Radiant Armor, as TNTK already secures in the Lightning Truncheon and the Divine Glaive, so it is going to be additional magic penetration. Speaking of TNTK, Way of the Dragon here, and TNTK will fall, and here comes the Demonic Force from Meow, zoning everyone away. Tempest of Blades here by Joe just to get a pick off, but take a look at the sustain as well coming in from the side of Malaysia as they go in for the re-engaged isolated clashes here, as Rain will be the one to fall down. Nice pick off here by Vietnam, the main damage dealer, as Joe gets a triple kill. And speaking of Joe, let's take a look at Joe's items. Oh my goodness, that is a full damage already on the ceiling, securing in the Malefic Roar this time. So it's now a Mog and Golem left to defend, where he stands for the attempted upgrades as well into the backline. But take a look at the sustain coming in from Goldilocks, able to sustain and take down Meow at the same time. And now Vietnam on the full retreat. TIT is going to be using that dancing or that falling star move just to get away from that. But what an answer still from Malaysia, as they are successfully able to defend that last inhibitor tower on the mid side. But take a look at Joe. We haven't been like highlighting Joe as much as the other members, but Joe already standing at a 6-0-3 on this lane. That is crazy.
What an amazing clash. 2 against 5 for the side of Malaysia. They were not only able to defend their tier 1 tower, but they were also able to bring Meow down in the process, despite 2 members of Malaysia defending against 5 members of Vietnam. As you mentioned, that sustain coming from Goldilocks Khalid was absolutely amazing. But on the other hand, there is indeed a 1k gold lead for the side of Vietnam. And as the Luminous Lord will respond, which team will be able to win another clash and potentially secure this Luminous Lord, as Yamichi trying to give vision for the team of Malaysia. A very, very scattered play for the side of Vietnam as they try to take down the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. But on the other hand, they have now a good position with this Luminous Lord. Dimitri still trying to give vision for the side of Malaysia, but I believe this Lord will go down in the hands of Vietnam, as that Tempest of Blade and Recognition was casted, but inexpensive for his own life. A 2 for none, a 2 for 1 trade for the side of Vietnam. And Malaysia still not going down, going right after TIT and Meow right now. But the Falling Star Move will be deep and casted on that Sora Cutie's Aldous, but Meow not in a good position right now. Will go down in the hands of Sora Cutie. A 4 for 1 trade for the side of Malaysia. Vietnam indeed got that Luminous Lord, but for what price? 4 members for the side of Vietnam, and actually Sora Cutie with numerous skills on that flash. That stacking, that late gaming capability of Sora Cutie is detrimental for Vietnam's victory. So that wasn't a worth it clash for the side of Vietnam. Good counter set for the side of Malaysia as they tried to take down this purple buff against Joe's Ling. And especially here in the late game, Ling is really dependent on that purple buff. So good goal for Malaysia to get that purple buff away from Joe.
Yeah, I mean, did you see that clash? It was just Malaysia sustaining everything that Meow and TNTK was actually throwing at them, despite the fact that They have a Divine Glaive. They have the Lightning Pension here for Vietnam. And speaking of another item secured in here by TIT, the Winter Truncheon, just to buy him some time, just in case he gets stuck in a sticky situation, and that is what Malaysia is going for. But you know what? Take a look at Malaysia's items. I mean, it's not just Yamichi here that has the Athena shield and the radiant armor. It is the other members as well, even Rain. So that is saying a lot, right? That is saying a lot. They want to sustain when it comes to clashes. It's actually paying off here for Malaysia. They are nullifying the effects here of TNTK, TIT, as well as Meow. So every time they go in for the demonic force, it is not as much. Like, it's not dealing as much damage as they would have expected to. But there comes the Tempest of Blades, takes down a Mal, but here comes the re-engage Order of Brilliance as well here. Sora Cutie is quite tanky there, as well as the Immortality. So still, Vietnam has some answers that buys them some time, but I am speaking too soon, as Goldilocks will be able to sustain even the bouncing ball coming in from Vietnam. Take a look at how long they are sustaining these clashes, even with the Winter Truncheon there from TIT, as they will now be forced to back away. So now, the main thing here is Vietnam is kinda getting that power spike, but at the same time, Malaysia is just so tanky right now. Who do you burst down first? I mean, Rain? Yeah, let's take a look at this once again. Demonic Force here by Meow, as Goldilocks and Rain on the backside. Tempest Laser there, contesting for the purple buff. Dual manipulation not just up yet, but here comes the slows as Sora Cutie on a killing spree. Once again, isolated flash from all these members as now Vietnam knows that they are on the losing end. They lose 2 members as they are now forced to back away, but Yao says otherwise. He was trying to chase down Sora Cutie here, but here goes Goldilocks as well. Demonic Force is still up, by the way, and that is unlimited every time you have someone doing dashes. Re-engage after re-engage. Tempest of Blades as well as the Demonic Force. Immortality popped up here by Zane as he goes down once again. These teams, it's more on sustaining, more
Still
on
going!
the damage. My
The
goodness!
clash is still going on and both teams back off. That was so many isolated clashes for both
So
sides. That on a
many.
2-minute span, the clash never ended, and no one actually was in favor for any clashes,
Yeah.
as both teams still in the same position. 54k gold for both teams, but that was an amazing clash for both sides, from Malaysia and for Vietnam. Counter set after counter set, and of course
Yeah.
counter re-engagement,
Yeah.
re-engagements for both teams. I also have to commend the sustain coming from Goldilocks, as he was able to sustain 3 members for the side of Vietnam, and Vietnam forced to expend 2 Winter Truncheons, 1 for TNTK and 1 for TIT. But now the Lord has respawned, so someone has to get this Lord if they want to be able to win this game. Right now, Joe coming in for the front line for Vietnam as they garner good position once again for the side of this Lord. But on the other hand, Sora Cutie continuing to push the bottom lane for the side of Malaysia. Vietnam forced to back right now since Sora Cutie continuing that counter push. But on the other hand, here we have Amal going after bronze. Amal forced to back away. What is happening? That clash was just so amazing in a 2-minute
they are
span. No
trying
team was
to-
clearly winning.
Yeah, they're just really trying to force out all the ultimates here from both sides. I mean, take a look at everyone now from both Malaysia and Vietnam.
Blue team
A
turret
lot
has been
of
destroyed.
immortalities has been purchased here for both Vietnam and Malaysia, so it means like they are going for the full engage. So just in case someone dies, there is still that second chance. But take a look at what both teams are doing. They're just, clearing out the lanes. They're just waiting for someone to make a mistake here, like waiting for have to be Amici go in for the Wave of the Dragon. And as for bronze, that one setup. But right now, I mean, it seems like most of the time it is isolated clashes. Vietnam, by the way, still leading this one with a 2k gold lead, despite the fact that they are actually getting the upper hand here. They are getting the space as well. But let's not forget Sora Cutie here. He doesn't. take a look at Sora Cuties items. I mean, you're wondering why he doesn't dish out as much damage. It's because he has mostly sustain items. So he only has the Malefic Roar here for the additional penetration. But as of the moment, there is not much, right? I mean, he just keeps on stacking here. He can just go in the clash at any given moment in the Chase Fate. So now Vietnam, biggest question is, will they go for the clashes or will they just go for the split pushes? But Sora Cutie here already chunking TIT real low, as once again Vietnam and Malaysia, they love to go for these isolated clashes. They love to go in for these isolated pickoffs. But I might be speaking too soon. Here comes the Demonic Force once again by Meow. Real manipulation cancelled out there as Sora Cutie goes into the clash in the midst of it all with the search to buy TIT. Sometimes Joe goes down. The shutdown here by Sora Cutie. As the jungler falls, Meow is in the middle of it all. There is no Demonic Force as Malaysia once again winning that clash. TIT forced to flicker out of that one. Vietnam knows that they cannot win this one. Sora Cutie is already dishing out a lot of damage, but take a look at Braun still going in for it. The slows from Rain as Malaysia once again winning that one. Immortality not enough to buy some time. Vietnam, you guys really have to back away from this one.
Imal going for the push in the bottom lane. They really have to go down, but Goldilocks along with Sora Cutie still going for Lunox. Lunox forced to pop his ult and will actually take down Sora Cutie in the process. TNTK will pop his immortality. Good defense for the side of Vietnam as Esmeralda will be forced to clear out the lane in the bottom lane. But on the other hand, Malaysia has now all the space and time in the world to take down this Luminous Lord once again. But hold that thought, TIT continuing to zone out the remaining members of Malaysia. Look at the shield that TIT is getting from that Goldilocks and of course from Yamichi. But now we will see a possible another clash here in the mid lane as both teams have has their 4 members up for grabs right now. 4-on-4 clash, possible clash, but Goldilocks going right after TIT. Meow with that Demonic Force. Falling Star Moon will connect on Rain, and the Tempest of Blades still up for grabs. Tempest of Blades will be casted right now. Rain will go down. No, Rain will not go down in the hands of Joe. As a counter re-engagement, Malaysia is trying to force upon Vietnam. Goldilocks still going for the charge. Hayabusa with the weaky shadow kill. Lunox popping out a lot of sustain from both sides of the team. From Malaysia still going right after that. Sora Cutie just in the nick of time to take down TNTK. Lunox with that petrified double kill for the side of Sora Cutie. But Meow on the other hand going right after Imal. Tempest Blade will be casted to go up against that show, but the Winter Junction for TIT still be able to sustain
isolated clashes
and
once
don't
again.
yes, indeed, isolated clash after isolated clash. But on the other hand, Imal with a weaky shadow kill to stop the mortality of that Esmeralda. Esmeralda will go down in the hands of that Hayabusa. Phobius forced to try to defend this tier 1 tower. Yes, indeed, they can try to go for the end, but Joe on the other hand will pop that Tempest of Blades. Not enough sustainability to deal that damage, but Meow's Demonic Force taking down Hayabusa in the process. Reinforcement now on the side of Vietnam. Ling actually forced to clear out the minion wave before he can help out. But on the other hand, Vietnam eliminating the jungler of Malaysia in a lot of isolated clash, a lot of immortalities were popped, a lot of winter charges were popped. Both teams not stopping, going at it for another 2 minutes.
Oh my gee, they are just flying all the winter trenches and immortalities at this point. And this is, by the way, the 24-minute mark. And if it goes to Vietnam, this is going to be a further push for them on the side of Vietnam. They still have to get some towers, but man, did you see that? All their clashes are just isolated, and at the same time they are targeting specific heroes. For the side of Vietnam, they are targeting mostly Rain here, or I mean, because Sora Cutie is already dishing out so much damage, so you want to take out Rain here, standing at a 4-2-17 by the way. So it's also not going to be easy to take down Rain at this time, because he has the Athena shield. He also has the Brute Force, especially extra tanky here. But Joe trying to go for Goldilocks. That might be the call for him to back away Malaysia, they have to defend this first. They have to successfully defend what they got because this is the third Lord of the game, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a Luminous Lord. So it is now knocking in the base here of Malaysia. There's a Sora QB with the chase phase. Who is the target? Once again, just the price position here for the side of Malaysia as things are turning around. It's going to be an easy turnaround, but oh my goodness, this is staying. Man, they are lasting like more than 5 minutes on these clashes. It's just a matter of who pops in the ultimates first. Here comes the real organization as well by Ray on the backside. Take a look at Meow as well. Demonic Force is popped up here, but Sora Cutie, the shutdown by TNTK, an outplay here by Vietnam as they are trying to go for the finish. Knock up here by Yabuchi. He does not go for the Razor Dragon, but instead TIT goes for Falling Star when they're trying to go for the finish. We'll take a look at the sustain really from Vietnam. I cannot stress it any further as the real manipulation down. Yeah, they are super low on HP, but they never
Falling Star Lord!
is going for the tower. They are going for the tower as Vietnam gets the victory in this super long game.
Victory!
With so many winter trenches, with so many immortalities, my goodness. I cannot stress it any further. Their hunger to get the victory here was just absolutely insane from both of these teams. I gotta commend Malaysia and Vietnam. They are playing this like it's the grand finals. It's not even the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is just the round robin in Group B. But my oh my. The MVP for the game is none other than Joe. A lot of you guys mentioned it on the live stream. Joe's Ling. Alright? He already sold his boots in the last few minutes. Take a look at his items. He doesn't even have boots. I mean, you're Ling. You have the pinch points. Okay, I get it. He sold the boots to have additional damage. But perfectly executed clashes once again by Vietnam. They know who to target. It's mostly Sora Cutie and Rain. But, I mean, Malaysia, their pressure early on, especially when Sora Cutie got the power spike, right, Inga? It was just... Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say about this match. It's just going back and forth the entire time. It's like ping pong. It's like a pendulum. I don't know how to describe it any further, but it was just... the ball could have been in anyone's hands at that. But, you know, it was a good game to watch. This is really why I live for MOBA games. It's just unpredictable every time.
Unpredictable is an understatement. Actually, in the last clash when Vietnam went for that GG push, if they weren't able to secure
the
that tower
geez.
take, they'll actually lose the game because they only have 2 members remaining against 3 members for Malaysia. So if they weren't able to bring that tower down, they're gonna lose the game. Oh my god, those clashes, a lot of 2-minute span clashes. Both teams just going back and forth. Imagine, I'm a tank player. If I cast my Tyrant's Rage in a clash, I'll only be able to cast it 1 time. But the sustain,
and then you have to get out,
both
right?
sides.
Yeah,
yes,
it's
then you
insane.
have to get out. But the sustain for both teams, just really sustaining every single clash. You know how long the clashes take is when someone
it's like
dies.
5 minutes to pick off someone.
Yeah,
right.
When
and
someone
there is
gets
also
picked off.
the sustain coming in from Goldilocks. So the moment you think that he was about to die, it is just him. You know what? I'm just gonna go down here and just sustain all the damage. It really took like I think it was like a little bit less than 5 minutes, but it was enough to tank in all the damage or all the burst that was coming in from the side of Vietnam. But of course, you have to commend Vietnam on this one. They did the tower lock.
Yes.
2-0, of course, on this game. But oh my god, that was a beautiful, beautiful game. That is why I live for MOBA games. Beautifully played by both Malaysia and Vietnam. Thank you so much for that game. But we have to give it Vietnam. They have secured in a 2-0 up against Malaysia. And just wow, really. To be able to pull off that game. I just wanted to say that Vietnam, if you got that Sicilian, it would have been easier for you guys to end that thing. They went for the Lunox. Okay, they went for the Lunox, but it would have been easier with the Sicilian. But, okay, you guys ran it away. But, okay, you know what? Man, a very long clash, 24 minutes. Not the longest one in the Invitational, but a very long one for this for today, and it's just the second game of the day, guys. I don't want to keep you any longer. Let's pass on the mic to Aya. Man, what do you have to say about those super long clashes? Aya, are you still there, or is she still not over it? Aya, come in.
Are you guys still breathing? You should take a breather back there, because that teams didn't even let our casters breathe or take a little bit of a break there. It's just clashes to clashes, like fight from every fight. It never stops. I have to agree with BK. It's like a pendulum or like a ping pong, like a yo-yo, like they keep just fighting each other the entire time, and that was the longest game we've had in the Razers Invitational for the MLBB. A whopping, I think, 26 minutes. That's crazy. This is like the most hyped up I've seen BK and Ian, and I see the fire and passion of your love for MOBA indeed, especially with clashes like this. At this point in the game so far, no one wants to lose here. No one wants to lose. Everybody wants to get that title and to become the best and maybe become the next rising star in the esports industry. Malaysia was so scary back there, though, coming out with a vengeance. Malaysia trying to fight fire with fire against Vietnam, where they're the ones showing the aggression in the earlier game. But as Ingen said earlier, Vietnam didn't care. Like, they didn't care if they had a kill deficit or a goal deficit. They were confident enough to push back Malaysia and retaliate. Vietnam keeping their cool, saying, we got this. Don't worry, just chill. We know what we're doing. And that sustain from Vietnam at the last stand was so beautiful. I mean, they could have just taken they could have been defeated at that point, and then Malaysia could have pushed back to their tower, just go straight ahead there, and they could have taken that win. But Vietnam didn't take it. They made sure that, no, we're gonna take that tower down, we're gonna be going home with that win. And there we have it, a clean sweep up against Malaysia. So beautiful. So what about our viewers? What do you guys think of that insane game? That was just the first series. We still have 2 more series to go, but to break the ice a little bit and to let our amazing and unstoppable casters, BK and Ian, rest for a bit. In occasions, we want to dress to kill and dress to impress people, especially on your first date. You want to show up being you putting your foot forward, your best forward. So it's also like in game that we love buying skins, so just showing off. It's +10 accuracy if you have good skin. Good thing we have Razer Gold to buy us those purchases in game. Razer Gold is unified virtual credits for the gamers worldwide, and it allows you again to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with the Razer Silver and exclusive game deals. So let's have a really short break. We have to recuperate from that very insane match, but we'll be right back. We don't want to leave you, we don't want to leave you hanging. So I think we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here in the Razor C Invitational MLBB division.
it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
guys. This is Aya Maria from the Philippines. It's already 5:12 p.m. and we are just diving into the second game or second match of the day. So earlier on in our first series, we've got a wild 27-minute match from Malaysia versus Vietnam, with Vietnam earning themselves another clean sweep of 2-0, showing their dominance, their foot at the door here in our Razor C Invitational, and becoming a threat to other countries, like Philippines and Thailand, who are actually standing side by side with Vietnam right now as powerhouses. But Philippines still undefeated. We'll see more of that, of course, only here in the MLBB division of the Razor C Invitational. But before we go to anything else, we proceed to the next set of matches. We just want to announce that Razer is doing a giveaway for all of you guys. We've got a Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, a Razer Kishi, and a bundle of Hammerhead True Wireless Pro along with the Razer Phone Cooler Chroma and the Razer Kishi. So all of those merchandise or products from Razer will be given away to our lucky winners if you comment in our post on the Team Razer FB page. Who do you think will win or come out as the grand champions for the Razer C Invitational? Again, just go to Team Razer Facebook page, comment which team you think will win for the Razer C Invitational, and we'll be picking out a winner from amongst you guys to be announced at or on 27th. Yes, on the 27th, before we wrap up the entire tournament for Razer. So how is everybody doing? I hope you're still good. You grabbed a quick snack because it's going to be wild. So let's not hold you guys back any longer. This time, you'll be seeing Thailand versus Indonesia, another powerhouse here, just going in for the second series in our first ever matchup. So let's bring in our casters back here. Inga Nation and BK, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Aya and Maria, as we head into game number 2, or rather the second series for today, this Monday afternoon. Well, it's afternoon here in the Philippines. If you can, if you were able to get a good glimpse of Aya's desk, she actually has a clock behind her. So, yeah, just a little hidden Mickeys there. So, yeah, if you want to check it out later on. But you know what? Next up, actually, Ingen, we have Thailand and Indonesia. This time going to head to head. And I want to talk a little bit more about Thailand. They are very smart when it comes to drafts, and we've seen them. Last week we've seen them rocking a Balmon jungle, rocking a Eudora, rocking a Selena and Fanny as well. And if I'm not mistaken,
even a Claude Core.
Yeah, they rock like so many things. So I already love that. Okay, the fact that they have surprise plays, the fact that they have like something up their sleeves, it's just something that Indonesia has to watch out for. But for me, if we talk a little bit about Thailand, let's go more into Indonesia. They're more on the textbook kind of draft route. So they are more onto the meta picks. They are more onto, okay, what's hot, let's go with it, right? But Thailand, they are not afraid to do those crazy things. We've seen them pull out a Fanny. We've seen them pull out the Selena. So this time, will it be the same?
Your team is
This was
banning.
actually the same pattern that they went for last time, taking out Matilda and the Sicilian, if I'm not mistaken, or Alilia, and then opening up other heroes like Valentina
Your team is
and the
banning.
Selena in their very last game. So let's see if that will actually happen this time.
Speaking of Thailand, as you mentioned, their unpredictability in the draft phase, always know how to counter
Your team
drafts
is
of their
banning.
opposing teams. Like the first game, Malaysia up against Thailand, that Eudora mid pick was actually
Yeah,
the MVP of
crazy.
that game, countering that
Flash
lane
one, right?
early on. Yes, Flash one indeed. And they
Flash
also
one.
utilized that Balmon core, that Claude core. They even put Paquito in the XP lane. So Thailand,
all
as
these
you
crazy
mentioned,
things.
isn't afraid. Yeah, Thailand, as you mentioned, isn't afraid to showcase their versatility in terms of drafting, in terms of playstyle. That's actually one of the reasons why they're considered a powerhouse here, only losing to Vietnam one game in the process. On the other
Your
hand, here
team
in
is
Indonesia,
banning.
not a good. Wouldn't consider that they're in a good position right now in the competition. But as we recall in the Vietnam versus Thailand game, powerhouses do indeed fall down. So we'll see if Indonesia has come prepared to take down the powerhouse of Group B, Thailand.
Yeah, I feel like we will be seeing a lot of surprises here. I mean, the Valentina is open. I mean, given the fact that for all the games, almost all the games here in the Invitational, it has been banned away, as well as the Selena. So now, with that being said,
Your
yeah,
team
okay,
is
this
banning.
actually confirms the fact that Thailand wants to bring out perhaps a Fanny or the Selena. Because looking at the way they banned, this is how they banned in the last game up against Vietnam. They took out the Matilda, the Cecilia, all these pos 4 heroes. Then they go for the Selena first, right? And then they also go for the Fanny. But I mean, I think it didn't turn out so well with
It
the
was an
Fanny. So
early
let's
pick.
see. Yeah, it was a very, very early pick. And I think Vietnam was able to control it out with the CC, with the Kufra, as well as the Eve. So now, speaking of the Eve, they did take it out, right? It's gonna be a massive problem for the Fanny. So I feel like, yes, I feel like Thailand might bring out the Fanny, and now Valentina is open. Valentina, Selena, Fanny.
Valentina!
What are you guys gonna take? This is what you get, right? When you have a lot of things up for grabs, like what do you go for first? Will they go for the Selena? I feel like it would be a great start for Thailand to go for the Selena here, but Indonesia could definitely answer it out with the Valentina. So biggest question for Thailand, what do you guys get? There's so many good things, right? Like it's like when you're hungry, you're going into a restaurant, you're hungry, and you see everything on the menu, you want to order everything, right? That's kind of what Thailand
Yeah.
is feeling right now. I want to get everything. Can I just get everything? But yeah, they choose to
Your
go for
team
the
is
Valentina
picking.
instead, which means that Indonesia can answer with the Selena. Yeah, if they want to get the Selena. Great vision here for the side. As well as I think it would be a great answer to the Valentina. They could also go for. I mean, I haven't seen a Lolita this time, so will they go for the Fanny as well? But yeah, like what I said, Indonesia is very textbook type of
Your team is
drafters.
picking.
They go for the Lilia and they go for a Selena, which means that this is going to be a pause 5 Selena. But of course, Thailand definitely getting their comfort picks as well. So it's not going to be a Fanny. It's extra risky this time. They're like, okay, let's not go for the Fanny. Let's just go for the classic Paquito. Lois on this Paquito, spectacular performance. And they add that Ruby just to control the Selena and the Lilia as well. So a lot of setups already here. So I feel like Indonesia, they can't take like a center tag this time. So there's a lot
Your
of
team
damage
is
here from the
banning.
side of Indonesia. Selena, Lilia, and the Clone.
I love this flex Paquito pick for the side of Thailand. Actually, if you'd see the trend of Lois picking his core heroes, it's not much of an
Your
MM, a
team
marksman,
is
or an
banning.
assassin type. He always goes for that sustainable type. Remember that Balmon core didn't even focus
Yeah.
on the damage items, focused instead on the
Yes,
defensive
on the
items,
tanky.
relied on that lifesteal, and that's why his core picks are on the sustainable side, because his playstyle is actually
Sir,
fronting
what's
for
your
the
command?
side of
Your
his
team
team.
is
He's not
banning.
afraid to lead the charge. He's not afraid to start the initiation. So this Paquito
Your
core
team
makes
is
sense.
banning.
It's his comfortable pick, and right now I'm really leaning towards the side of Thailand, as they got the Valentina, the most banned player here in the
Hero.
RAZER Invitational, as
Yep.
well as their comfort pick with this Paquito on the hands of Lois. So
Still
Your
soaring.
team
I wouldn't
is
say
banning.
it's already in the books, but Indonesia really is going to have a hard time going up against the powerhouse Thailand with today's game.
Yeah. Indonesia needs some CC here. I mean, look at the CC here of Thailand. Like the Ruby, even the Paquito is already enough CC. So, I mean, they got the Selena, yeah, highly contested pick. But at the same time, you don't really have. I was thinking like Lilia, Lolita, perhaps, like to answer out to Thailand. But they go for the Selena instead. I get it, the vision. But now they need like a solid CC side laner. I'm thinking Oh, I'm not so sure if they will take the Esmeralda this time because there is a Valentina. But with that being said, it kind of makes sense why they got the Lilia in the mid side. Totally nullifies the ultimate here of the Valentina, but they go for the they go for the Sun jungle instead. Something new
Sun
actually from
core.
Indonesia. I get it because there is a lot of CC here. So when the Sun actually has the clones, it's not gonna be easy to target, right? I mean, I know you've
Yeah.
possibly gone up against the Sun. It's so annoying. Like you don't know who to target, right? You don't know who to pick off. But of course, Thailand this time also solidifying their draft here with the Popol and Kuba perhaps, and the Phoveus already locked in here.
Phoveus
So
once again.
a lot answers to a lot of the dashes here from Indonesia, but I feel like for Indonesia they can answer it out with the Esmeralda here. It hasn't been banned, so they can totally pick that up for the last pick. I mean, it's already obvious
Your
that
team
this
is
Selena will go to
picking.
the pos 5, so perhaps the EXP lane Esmer. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I called it. I called it once again.
You
Esmeralda
called it
for
once
the 5.
again.
Yeah, the Esmeralda pick here makes so much sense for Indonesia. The only crowd control actually here for the side of Indonesia. So I feel like with the way things are looking right now, there's a lot of zoning here from Thailand. A lot of fast pushes as well. You know that this Popon Kupa can be a late bully up against the Clint. But I also love how Indonesia answers it out in the mid side. They have the Lilia. That it won't be easy for the Valentina to pop up that ultimate as well. So it is quite the shocker here that we have the Valentina and the Selena once again in play for both of these teams. Let's see how this will pan out, Ingrid. Game number 1 in this best out of 2 series between Thailand and Indonesia.
I really hope Indonesia prepared for the powerhouse Thailand, because coming off an amazing game between Vietnam and
Right.
Malaysia, it's like the pressure is on both teams to put up another good match as we enter the land of Dawn. Now for the laning phase, a Popol versus Clint in the gold lane. The poking capabilities of this Popol will surely do him wonders, but on the side of Clint, his range is just really impeccable. So it's easy to dodge a lot of traps. It's easy to dodge a lot of engagements that Popol will make because of the range
Hold
of this
on.
Clint. But on the other hand,
Hold on, I
Valentina
just have to
actually
point
going.
out. Yeah, I was gonna point out the Valentina was going to the EX.
I'm actually shocked.
Yeah. It does make sense. Like, I mean, Esmeralda totally counters Flash 1. That's why I saw that little switch up from Thailand. The flexibility of their picks there. Nice flame shot from Flash 1. Unfortunately, not enough to be able to steal that purple away from Brad. So it makes sense, the EXP lane Valentina. This is why you don't want to keep this open, right? It's so flexible. It can go anywhere. It can go to the EXP lane, and at the same time, it dishes out so much damage as well with the 1-2 combos. So it will be interesting to watch. Like, I mean, will Ka actually fall down under the hands of his own ultimate? So I don't know. Let's see. Right? But the gold lane, we already mentioned this earlier on, Ingen, like, this Pop and Kuba Izzy is going to be a lane bully up against Rian, so that is already a given. The gold lane will be self-sustaining, and sorry, it's gonna be leaning towards the side of Thailand. But as for the bot side, I'm kind of 50-50 there. Like, who's gonna pop up the ultimate first, right? It is kind of mind-blowing here who they will go for, but Zanri already shut down real low. Will be able to escape that, but Lois goes in for Brett, the real one at that. And the first blood goes to Thailand this time. Well, great start once again. This has been the pattern for them. If you give Lois the snowball for this Paquito, it is not gonna be good for Indonesia.
A jungler for the side of Thailand. Good pick off, and especially it's really vital that Lois was able to get the kill on the jungler, since he is the main core for Thailand right now, and they will actually get the first 3 uncontested turtles for the side of Thailand. But on the other hand, Ka with Falling Star Moon against Sasaki, will he be able to take down Ka in the process? And right now, 3 members from Thailand actually going here, but no, Flash 1 still going right after. Ka will do the job and clean out a double kill for the side of Indonesia, thanks to Esmeralda's Ka. Falling Star Moon on that Sasaki, and eventually cleaning up the process, but Lois is not over, taking down Nonkia in the process. 2 for 2 is the current standing for both teams with 7.6k gold lead for both. But Lois rather still going up against that Clint and that Sun, actually trying to steal that red buff away from Brand. Lois still going right after Brand.
He's still going for it. Yeah.
To disengage. This is why you can't give Lois his comfort pick, especially a sustainable hero like Paquito as they try to take down the tier 1 tower early on. That Popol and Paquito combination easily bursting out a lot of towers in the 3-minute mark. On the other hand, Valentina here rotating in the mid lane as the creeps of Indonesia try to push, but Abyssal Arrow will hit on Zanri, will not follow up on the attack as Brad is nowhere to be found, focusing her instead on that little wonder. Abyssal Arrow will again connect
Abyssal
against
Arrow.
Zanri, but Zanri,
Figure
I'm
out.
offended, will do the job. May the Force to unleash that Black Shoes Flash 1, Demonic Force not able to burst out the Lilia. Good plays for the side of Thailand along with Indonesia, but another Abyssal Arrow will hit against Flash 1, but sustained coming from Flash 1 just really deems that Abyssal Arrow useless right now as a Saki now copying
winning
Ka.
the.
This is what you
Yeah.
mentioned. Who will
He even
go
got the
down
skin,
first?
right? He even got
Yeah.
the skin. Ooh.
Guys, if you
Lois.
want epic skins, if you want
Yeah, just get a Valentina. It's
just
cheaper
get a
that way.
Valentina.
It is so much cheaper that way. I mean, take a look at Selena's epic thing. You want that? Yeah, just get the Valentina. But speaking of, the Abyssal Arrow does connect, takes down Lois, takes down Flash 1 in the process. Zanri now forced to give, or rather, is giving some vision here for the side of Thailand. But we talked about the gold lane earlier. Right now, it seems like there's a little switch up. Yes, Izzy was able to win the trade on the gold side. So now, this is what you get when you have Thailand. The flexibility of their picks. Now, Hasaki goes to the top side. And Izzy will continue pushing in that bot side, going in for the BOD. A little bit of lapses here coming in from Thailand, despite the fact that they had a great start. Lois already going in for the turtle now, half HP here. As Thailand, they want to solidify their grasp in this game by actually getting this one. Abyssal Arrow does connect onto turtle, and retribution on point once again by Thailand. Indonesia, they are getting the kills for a lead, but they aren't converting it to tower takes.
Yes, indeed. On the other hand, Thailand's Flash 1 needs to secure always a good position. Always, he needs to know when to initiate, when to go for it, when to go for the kill, and when to back down. As you mentioned, one of the key vital elements of Thailand's early on dominance is the positioning of Flash 1. But on the other hand, Lois rather going right after Brad being able to defend the tier 1 tower in the top lane. And as I mentioned, Flash 1's positioning is a very vital element for their victory. So on the other hand, again, I can't tell you what I was saying because I'm offended on Mesa. But on the other hand, the Abyssal Arrow will indeed connect along with the skills of Lilia. And as I was saying, Flash 1, he doesn't need to overcommit, he doesn't need to overextend for Thailand to be able to control the game. Although he has good intentions, that overextension is actually detrimental for their victory. So Flash 1 needs to contain himself and also needs to know when to engage.
Flash 1 sitting at the 0-2-0, not his best game, but you know, it's still the 6-minute mark, so it's too early to tell. But let's take a look at the items. Already the Clock of Destiny here for Nonkia. And as for Izzy on this Popol and Koopa, have you seen how he is rotating around the map? He already pushed the bot side. He also pushed in the top side. So that is really, really fast. Thailand getting into towers despite the fact that they are on the losing end when it comes to the pickoff. So this is still pretty much Thailand controlling in the map. As for Indonesia, yeah, they are getting the pickoffs. I mean, considering the fact that they have the Selena, so it is already a given. But it seems like they are putting so much pressure on the lanes, like sending in 3 members just to get a tower, whereas Thailand is so smart to just, you know, let them sustain the lane, and let's get in objectives like the turtle. And I mean, Hasaki is doing great so far. He has been defending that top side tier tower very well, but now here comes the backup from Thailand. Perhaps going for a pick up onto Maida and Ka here. Flame shot flame shot here. Maida does not. Does he have the black shoes? He is living with a Splinter's health as Flash 1 gets in the kill, and that's what I mentioned. Thailand, they are so quick on the responses, as well as Loy is almost getting Nokia at that. Oh yeah, he does! He does get Nokia!
He does!
3 kills for Thailand for the price of none!
You have to commend Flash 1 on that clash in the top lane. Actually, Maida was actually recalling, but that flicker, that anticipation, he knows that Maida is flickering. He was able to disrupt that flicker and actually force Maida to pop that black shoes early on and finishing him off with the demonic force. So good clash on the side of Flash 1. Not a good start for Flash 1, but proving that the race, that this is not a race but a marathon. It's not a sprint but a marathon, as Flash 1 is indeed regaining his confidence and his early on dominance. Imagine like that flicker out of that flame shot out of nowhere to disrupt that recall from Maida and actually finishing him off with that demonic force. Good play for
It's map awareness. It's map awareness, something you don't get when you're playing on solo queue. Map awareness.
Yeah, if you're
that's
in
really
rank,
what Thailand.
people will actually think
solo.
you have map hacks.
Yeah, you have map hack, or you're doing cheats. You're gonna get reported for it. But I think it is mostly Thailand. The grass that they have all over the map is just impeccable, really. I mean, I also have to point out here Izzy. I mean, we haven't been noticing Izzy as much. It's more on the assist, but take a look at how he has been rotating around the map as well. He already got the BOD as well as the Demon Hunter sword, so that is going to be extra fast when it comes to pushing in the lanes. I mean, Thailand got 4 towers here, with Indonesia just getting 1, despite the fact that they are leading. Here comes the Abyssal Arrow from Nokia. Zanri will be able to take in the damage, and Thailand looks to further solidify. This is what they have been doing in the previous games, similar to what they get, like after they get the towers, they get in an objective like Lord. Still a great call for them. Now, Indonesia, despite the fact that they got all these highly contested picks, the Esmeralda as well as the Selena, it seems like things aren't going the way they planned. I mean, 30k, so Thailand has 4k gold lead up against Indonesia, but with the way things are going, it's just the plan here of Thailand is just let Izzy push the lanes and let the other members, just do isolated pickoffs here. That's really what they're doing right now.
Indonesia not getting the clashes that they really want. Actually, Indonesia has a good composition to go up against those clashes, but on the other hand, Thailand just always continues to catch them off guard. The demonic force coming from Flash 1 as well as those initiations set by Zanri, but on the other hand, Izzy will indeed fall down in the hands of Rian in the top lane as Indonesia continues to defend the top lane because there is a Lord. Thailand was able to take down a Lord early on in the game, but Thailand, despite losing one member, one of the most important members for Thailand, Izzy, they're still able to control the map. So the awareness, the rotation, and of course the team composition of Thailand doing wonder for them. But Lloyd's not in a good position right now. Almost got picked off by that Selena and that Clint in the process. He was too deep, but luckily he was able to disengage right on time.
Perfect disengage by Lois. Taking a look at the gold, we mentioned that Thailand is leading, but if you take a look at the overall gold, it just goes to Izzy. Like, it's insane, like how many items he's getting per minute. He's already building on perhaps like a Malefic Roar here, so I'm not so sure what he'll go for next, but definitely the Malefic Roar to further push in the lanes. That's really what Thailand is doing right now. They're just not forcing it all the clashes. They're just going in for the pushes. I mean, they got 4 towers, so they want to look to further solidify it by perhaps Izzy taking in this bot side, but I mean, Rian is also very well aware of that. Like, they are trying to push in the top side. So it's more of an objective-based game right now. I mean, they're not, like, it's a relatively low kill score at the 12-minute mark. So as you can see, both teams, what they're just doing is, let's just go in for the objectives, let's just not go in for the kills. I mean, you'll never know. Things might turn around here for Indonesia because the map control definitely Thailand this one. If they get that next Lord, it's going to be a luminous one here, and it can further push the lanes forward. They also have a Popple and Koopa here, so it's going to be fast lane pushes. I mean, we know that Sun is quite fast as well when it comes to pushing lanes, but Brand is playing the Sun on the jungler role, so it's not more on the push, it's more on getting the objectives here, like like getting the gold for the team, getting the Lord. So it's not more in the push. I mean, it would have been a different case if the Sun went to the EXP lane, right? With the
EXP lane,
arrival. Yeah, it's going to be really fast as well.
The Black Shoes has indeed been popped, but Quito will finish the job along with that Popol and Tupa. Ka trying to zone out the members, but the damage output coming from Izzy. Izzy still going right after Ka. Brad will be forced to back away along with Ka as Thailand will gain map control and take down this Luminous Lord uncontested. But will Indonesia create a sneaky play as their members are scattered around the map? No, that was another uncontested Lord for the side of Thailand. I mean, did you see Izzy's damage output on Ka? In the matter of 3
Malefic
seconds,
Roar.
Ka's life was just, exactly.
Yeah,
Ka couldn't withstand the damage output coming from that Popol and Koopa. Actually, Ka was in a good position to take control of the clash, but as you mentioned, Falling Star Moon will connect with Lois. Lois will go down in the hands of Lilia. But Popol and Koopa's re-engagement is still here right now. But on the other hand, Indonesia is still trying to go right after Zandy. Zandy will fall in the hands of Ka. Another Falling Star Moon will connect, but the Demonic Force will do the job to clean up Ka. No. Flash One still going right after Ka, but
He gets
finally connects with that Demonic Force on Rian. Still going right
damage
after
as
Brand,
well.
but the sustain coming from Brand.
Nasty.
Flash One just couldn't handle the damage output of Brand along with Ka, but another Falling Star will connect as well as that Abyssal Arrow on Hasaki. Hasaki will pop the Black Shoes to be able to survive the attack, but Hasaki nowhere to go right now, in a bad position, still trying to go.
He doesn't
for that
have the
Selena,
flicker.
but Ka, he doesn't have the flicker, and he also doesn't have the damage. What a good Abyssal Arrow for Nongkia to take down Hasaki in the process. Clash after clash after clash, a lot of isolated clashes for both teams, but you have to give the credit to Indonesia despite Thailand having that Lord with another possible clash here in the mid lane as I am offended will be casted, but not enough follow-up on the end of Thailand. They tried to get Brad, but Brad was able to securely disengage Ka, now focusing his attack on Lois, while Lois is clearing out the bottom lane for the side of Thailand. Both teams try to disengage, but Nongkia not in a good spot right now. Phobius with the Demonic Force will bring down that Selena in the process. I am offended on Ka, nowhere to go right
the
now, but
target.
the Demonic Force coming in for Phobius, trying to go
he
for
is
Brad,
so
trying to go for
tanky.
Ka, but Ka is just so tanky. Couldn't deal the damage that they needed to bring down Ka, and Ka sustaining every single damage taken by Thailand. What an amazing turn of events for the side of Indonesia.
Man, Ka is such a nuisance here for Thailand. Did you see that? That was like so many ultimates popped up against Ka, and if you take a look at Ka's items, it's kind of telling like why he was able to sustain all the damage, already getting the Oracle as well as the Dominance Ice, and to add it all up, he has the slow from the Ice Queen one. So I feel like all of this went downhill for Thailand for now, right? I mean, because it was Lois on the early engage, a little bit of a miscommunication here for the side of Thailand. So they really have to wait it out. I mean, in terms of composition, they got the advantage here with the CC. And right after their CC is gone here, I mean, it is going to be Ka here with the Esmeralda just dishing out so much damage. But speaking of, here comes the Lord Dance, and I feel like Indonesia is definitely gonna contest this one. They're definitely gonna
They
contest
really
this
have
one.
to contest this one as Popol and Koopa will try to go for a Ka. The Demonic Force will be popped up
Demonic
again
Force.
as the damage from the Demonic Force coming from Flash One, doing
Flash
wonderful
One.
Thailand as they try to take down Brad. He will be popped, but he will go down in process along with it. Loy still going right after Maida. Maida nowhere to go. The Black Shoes is still indeed there right now, but Flash One focusing their attack right now on Nongkia. Nongkia survived the attack, but where is Ka in the whole clash? Ka was nowhere to be found. He was just too late in the process, now trying to clear out the minion wave. They had the position, they had a lot of opportunities to try and take down that Lord, but Ka was just, he just really, disengaged really early on. But Phobius with the demonic force going right after Maida. Maida forced to pop up those black shoes as both teams will now disengage. Thailand will wait for the Luminous Lord.
Blue team turret has
Yeah,
been
I feel like,
destroyed.
oh my goodness, it should have been Ka in that clash. I mean, I did mention this earlier. Indonesia, their composition, they don't have that much CC, right? They don't have the CC. They have the damage output, but after that, it's just Thailand winning this with all the CC that they got, like Popon Koopa. Then you got Flash One to zone out everyone, and at the same time, you also have the threat of this Valentina under the hands of Hasaki to go in for a possible engage. Who knows, like which ultimates he actually got this time? But right after that, Thailand right now still getting this. They are still on the driver's seat, by the way. Speaking of driver's seat, the Lord is now marching in the bot side as Thailand will definitely be able to get this purple buff as well. So proper timing of the clashes is the trick here. And as for Indonesia, one proper setup here from Ka, just like what he did earlier on, will be able to use the trick.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
As they take down the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. Falling Star Moon will connect on 3 members of Thailand as the demonic force continues to be popped up against Ka. But where is Ka? Ka actually, oh no, what is happening?
He is actually zoning everyone out.
Turning things around. Ka and Brand doing wonders for the side of Indonesia as the force, they try to continue their attack on Thailand. Lois and Rakashi will be popped up by Rain. Ka is still alive in all of that. An amazing initiation for the side of Indonesia started things off with that falling Star Moon connecting on 3 members of Thailand, and Indonesia is not done. They take down Lois, they take down Flash One, and now they have their eyes on the objectives. Brad forcing the push right now. Falling Star Moon will be casted to zone out Izzy, but they're trying to focus still on the towers. Ka is still sustaining damage from 3 members of Thailand as they try to continue the GG push here, but they really have to look at the map as the forces of Thailand, the creeps rather, are pushing the top lane. Flint will be forced to recall and clear out the minion waves, but Ka is doing such an amazing job tanking all the damage, setting up the plays, and sustaining the whole clashes. Ka is doing everything for the side of Indonesia.
Well, he's the only one who has the CC here, and at the same time, enough tankiness, right? So I feel like Indonesia picking up this Esmeralda was really good. I did mention it on the earlier stages of the phase. I mean, I mentioned that Ka went for the Esmeralda, and at the same time, I was kind of wondering why Thailand still went for the Phobius. It's a great way to zone out the members here of Indonesia, but at the same time, it's totally countered here by the Esmeralda. So with that being said, if you take a look at the items as well from Thailand, they are going in for the Sea Halberds, all the Dominance Ice, but despite all of that, I mean, Ka only died once, so my goodness, how tanky can this Esmeralda get? I mean, I remember the time that she was super OP. I mean, this is already the adjusted Esmeralda. Yeah, before it was crazy. Like, she could just dive in the base and still not die. Just eat up all your shields. So, I mean, this is already an adjusted Esmeralda. So, man, Indonesia right now, after that one clash, it was almost over for them. But now they are positioning themselves here in the Lord pit. And this is actually quite going to be a fast Lord, considering they have Brand here on this Sun. A lot of immortalities here for the side of Indonesia. They are going for the long run, of course. Thailand is also prepared for that as Zanri waiting for that proper setup here on the Lord pit again.
Falling Star Moon will connect on the side of Indonesia. Ka still going right after Zanri and Izzy. The Lord will be reset now. Now all forces from both teams are now in the Lord pit. We will see another amazing clash here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Ka now zoning out Lois. Abyssal Arrow will not connect on Lois as both teams will refocus on clearing the lane. Falling Star Moon will not connect. Good flicker out on the side of Thailand as now Indonesia will try to bait Thailand into letting them clash here in the Lord pit.
Oh,
But
no,
Mario
Lois!
with a beautiful pickup up against Lois. Now Indonesia good position to take down the Lord. The jungler is indeed down as Zanri with the Eye of Offended casted on Rian. Rian will be forced to back
Here comes
out.
the demonic force.
Will be casted. Maida and Ka doing wonders, zoning out Izzy and Hazaki and Brand.
Flash one still going for it.
As they try to take another uncontested Lord. The members of Indonesia actually controlling the whole map. Rian will pop up the immortality
Blue team hero
of
has
that
been slain.
Ruby, but Ruby will be forced to back down as Indonesia a 2-1 trade and actually securing the Lord. Did you see the team plays of Indonesia? Ka was actually zoning Izzy. And of course, was that Saki in the bot lane, and Lilia picking off that Lloyd.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
I just want to say this is going to be an easy tower take. I mean, it's Brad, like he can totally do in the ultimates, the close here of the sun. It can be a tower lock here for Indonesia, actually. They also have the Lord, by the way, to back them all up. But of course, Thailand is also here for the possible like, re-engage. But this is going to be really fast. They have the problem here. They have Brad's son. It's actually tower lock here, so it could be the end. But still, good thing Thailand, that timers are not there yet. They are able to successfully defend this one. I just want to point that out. It can be a fast tower lock here, just in case Thailand gets wiped out.
Yeah, I do believe that they were just really focused on the objectives. Actually, as they were pushing the top and the mid lane, Brandt was actually trying instead to go for the resources of Thailand, getting that red buff in the process as they take down the tier 1 and tier 3 towers in the top and mid lane. But Ka, what can you say about the performance of Ka so far? 5-1-6 with that Esmeralda. That there is indeed a Phobius, a Valentina on the side of Thailand, but Ka's sustainability just couldn't seem to match the damage of Thailand, despite Thailand controlling the clashes early on.
Yeah, there are like 3 dominance ISIS already here on the side of Thailand, and that's still not enough to take down Ka. There is already a Sea Halberd here from Izzy, and it's still not enough to take Ka down. So, man, this guy, and speaking of, Flash 1 is also the guy here for
Oh my god, I'm offended for Zandri!
Demonic Force and I am offended combo as Flash 1 is zoning everyone out, but still the trade-off of Indonesia. Take a look at Ka, just eating up all the shields here. He also has the immortality as he goes down for the falling star. This is crazy. Ka is just not even letting Moist go back. Oh my goodness, Ka with a mega kill right now on this Esmeralda, which goes to show why this was actually the priority pick for Indonesia with 3 members down, and it's only Flash 1 and Hasaki left to defend the base. Oh my!
Falling Star
going
will
for
connect on the last one!
They're
We're going for the GG push. Demonic Force will not be enough to defend the tower as Indonesia will take down the Tyrant Thailand, completing the defense 1-for-1 trade for the side of Indonesia. The Tyrants, the Titans, Thailand has been brought down once again in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. Ka with a well-deserved MVP, 6-1-6 for the side of that Esmeralda Ka. But we also have to give credit to Maida. Maida was actually vital in the last clash where he was able to pick off Paquito in the process. And Brad just focused on that Lord while Ka doing what he does best. Zone out, dish out the damage, contain and sustain everything that
Look at Ka's tank damage. Look at his tank damage, 46%. That is a lot. That is even more than Zandri, who tanked in like 28%. But you know, with the tower takes, I have to give it to Brand and Rhea. They're just doing a really good job. But you know, it is Ka on this Esmeralda. So I feel like Thailand, you gotta either pick this one or bat it out. Yeah, you got the focus to zone out Indonesia, but I mean, Ka, just really, this man on this Esmeralda, nasty. Like, if you take a look at the goal lead, it was actually favoring Thailand, but right after all the kills, all the dances coming in from Esmeralda, it was just Indonesia once again taking control, or actually getting an epic comeback. Yeah, getting an epic comeback on this one. Insane plays on this Esmeralda.
I know you remember this play because you were the one casting it, but there was a good combination for the side of Thailand, and I am offended catching 3 players for Indonesia
Yep.
off guard. And with that demonic force connecting, but just cast sustainability, they just couldn't dish out the damage they needed to bring down this Esmeralda. Esmeralda,
I mean,
a well-deserved MVP, a really, really well-deserved MVP for the side of
right.
Indonesia.
I
Congrats
was
to
I was
Ka
actually
and
gonna
her
say,
Esmeralda.
how many dominance ices and how many sea halberds do you have to purchase? Like, it was not enough. Everybody bought a dominance ice. Like, if you go back and take a look at the items, almost everyone bought the dominance ice. It was just, oh my god, how do you, like, I'm kind of wondering how were people able to deal with the Esmeralda before it was even adjusted and nerfed? That's crazy. So Thailand, you gotta watch out for this Esmeralda. It was just enough to just zone everyone out, and at the same time, it also provided, like, it also tanked in all the damage coming in from Thailand. So it's just too much to handle for them. And right after that, it was just them winning clashes. Even if there was a demonic force, it was not enough to stop the rampage of Ka on this Esmeralda. But you know what? Speaking of Esmeralda, speaking of dances, we'll have to give the dance floor back to Miss Aya Esmeralda. What do you think about that super, super intense match from Thailand and Indonesia?
From a wild, frag-centered game and yo-yo clashes we witnessed earlier, we've just transitioned into an objective-oriented, like the Malaysia versus Vietnam match. I really thought Thailand had it in the bag, but what a plot twist coming from Indonesia, putting down a giant today. And my question here is, will Indonesia continue or retain that kind of momentum until game number 2 for our second series? There's still much more to happen here, guys, but it looks like we are having a new contender come inside here in the ring. Indonesia putting that foot at the door, and will the eyes be on Indonesia right now? Like, oh, like that's Thailand. I mean, Thailand was one of the countries with the clean sweeps and one of the powerhouses here in the RAZER Invitational. Again, what I've said, along with Philippines and Vietnam as well. But Indonesia taking that win in the last game was just really phenomenal on their part. Like, if teams are actually more careful with their strategy, and we have more the matches actually take longer compared to our first previous days here in the RAZER Invitational. And it looks like people really want that win. Of course, just showing what we can, again, because the RAZER Invitational is a preparation for a lot of upcoming esports stars in the mobile esports industry. And this is like the right place and the best place for you to show you what you've got. So just a little icebreaker for today, who knew esports would be this big? I mean, we're here. It is actually happening, and we're preparing a lot of other esports teams to make it there, like with the teams with the big names out there. And if you're looking to be one too, you'd, of course, skills is a huge factor, but it's also a huge contribution if you have the right gadgets, the right peripherals for you. So what about cranking that iOS and Android device with your own Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? Gain unhindered controls for your mobile phones and games with its clickable analog thumbsticks and ultra low latency gameplay. Get it either for your Android or iOS again, and go make your move. What are you guys waiting for? Let's go and chase that dream. Let nothing stop you. Make your move. And the battle continues for Thailand versus Indonesia in our game 2. It will be up next here in our Razors Invitational. But before anything else, let's just have a short break, and we'll be back in a jiffy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Minute match between Malaysia versus Vietnam in our first series. Game number 2, Vietnam takes a clean sweep. And now a 25-minute match between Thailand versus Indonesia, with Indonesia taking that unexpected turn of events and victory from Thailand, which we gotta give to Kaz Esmeralda. Everyone is just charging to reach the finals, walking that battlefield with confidence and with their head held high. And at the same time, I can feel that the teams are also walking on eggshells, because again, we are now entering the finals soon, since we are on day number 5 here in the MLBB division for the RAZER C Invitational. So let's not keep you guys waiting. Let's get to know who will prevail against Thailand and Indonesia. Will Indonesia take another win from Thailand, or will Thailand retake that glory back from Indonesia? So without any further ado, Burger Kim and Inga Nation, let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. That is the catchphrase that I feel like Thailand wants to get this time. Let's get it. Let's get this one. I mean, I think that's the mindset that they had for the first game. But unfortunately, Cas Esmeralda, I just really I just wanted to say how many counter items you need to actually dish out damage towards Cas Esmeralda. So now, with that being said, if the Esmeralda will not be picked up here for the
Your
side
team
of
is banning.
Thailand, I feel like it is going to be either a pick or ban here. And for Indonesia, definitely they will pick up the Esmeralda, considering the fact that how Ka was able to perform earlier on. So
If I were Thailand, I wouldn't ban Esmeralda. I would ban Ka instead, because Ka, it's amazing gameplay a while ago with that Esmeralda, just dealing a lot of zoning plays for the side of Indonesia. sustaining a lot of damage despite that Popol and Koopa with a lot of attack items, and actually finishing the job setting. He's actually the only CC hero for the side of Indonesia, so that falling Star Moon was very vital for their win, and unfortunately, it
Your
always
team is
connected
banning.
and on the right hero. So props to Ka, but Thailand will still go for those standard bans with that Selena as their first ban.
The Valentina was opened up earlier, so I feel like it will be very different this time since considering how Indonesia was able to turn that entire thing
Your
around,
team
of
is
course,
banning.
banning their own Lilia. I feel like Valentina would be the ban here for Thailand, not unless they respect the Esmeralda, since it's going to be Indonesia that has the first pick here. So either that or they open up the Sicilian, which Indonesia and Thailand has been using as well. So we haven't seen the Sicilian today, so I don't know if it's gonna be up or is it gonna be banned out. But I feel like Thailand, perhaps, maybe, yeah, Valentina. It has been a standard Selena, so I feel like Valentina. I'm not so sure why Edith is not being used today. I mean, it's going to be very. It's a good CC hero. It's quite tanky. It dishes out enough damage as well.
Your
But still,
team is
Thailand, of
banning.
course, taking out the Lancelot as well. It's something that they use, so I feel like it's just a respect for both teams. Just take it out instead, since it is going to be Indonesia that has the first pick this round. So with the performance of Indonesia earlier, I feel like a lot of us were caught off guard with
Your
how
team is banning.
they were able to turn things around. I mean, it was four or five towers that Thailand got. They had nothing already. They only had one inhibitor left, and they were able to turn things around. So Valentina already the ban here for Indonesia. So will Thailand perhaps go for something like a Matilda, Matilda or a Paquito here? Because I mean, Indonesia could start out with that Matilda, then Thailand perhaps answers it out with the Paquito. So I don't know. I mean, but in this case, I feel like despite that fact, like let's say Indonesia goes for the Esmeralda first, it's still gonna be a win for them, especially if Thailand goes for the Paquito
team
and
is picking.
Paquito and Matilda, since it's gonna be a lot of shields to
Your
go right
team
up
is
against that. But
picking.
Matilda instead will be picked up here by Indonesia. I feel like Thailand can answer it out this time with an Esmeralda. That's a lot of shields to eat up. A great start, also stealing the possible pick
Paquito.
away from Indonesia. Yeah, Paquito Esmeralda would be good here. Or just they're gonna go for the Clint instead. Yeah, I mean, because considering how
Your team
Rian
is picking.
has been consistently picking up the Clint, it is actually a great for Thailand to steal that away. But they can actually go for still the Esmeralda here. Esmeralda, no Sicilian this time, so maybe along the lines of Eve and then an Esmeralda just to answer it out. Because if Thailand does get the Esmeralda, it is going to be a pain in the neck to deal with, especially since you got the Eve. It can deal with the Eve. It can also deal with the Matilda. So Indonesia, they can take the Esmeralda here. It is so flexible. It can go to the gold and go to the EXP. Yeah,
Your
there you go.
team is
There you
picking.
go.
There
The
you go
Esmeralda.
again.
So will Thailand answer it out this differently this time? I mean, this is a little bit different. They got the Paquito still, but they have Rian's Clint here. So I kind of want to see Thailand play out the Basha here. It's great. It's great to rotate. It's a fast rotation. At the same time, it counters out the Esmeralda as well as the Matilda. So I want to see that being put into play. But with a lot of pause for heroes out here, what can they actually take here? I mean, the Lilia's out, the Sicilian's out. Kagura, perhaps. Kagura would be a great pick here for Thailand, or maybe perhaps even Lunox. But yeah, needed. Yeah, complete dive once again here for Thailand. A great answer also to the Esmeralda. So or can actually go head to head with the Esmeralda. So it's a great pick for Thailand. But my main question is, in the second banning phase, there's a lot of pause for heroes taken out. Indonesia can further solidify by taking out the Lunox. Would be a
team is
good ban here
banning.
for Indonesia. It counters out the Esmeralda, so I feel like that should be the answer here for Indonesia. Take out the Lunox, especially since Thailand doesn't have any magic damage yet.
Yeah, and Thailand actually went for a Hayabusa ban. Right now going for the core, the jungler position against Indonesia. Now, Indonesia, on the other hand, can also pick up a Popol and Kupa if Thailand decides not to ban it instead. But on the other hand, who will Indonesia
Your
pick
team
as their
is
final,
banning.
as their jungler? Maybe possibly an assassin. Maybe they could go for a Ling to be able to sustain those CCs and knock up coming from that Edith as well as that Paquito. But they decide to go
Not sure
for
if
the
a Ling would
Kufra
be good.
ban. I think they're going for a Fanny.
Well, if they
Maybe that's why they
decide
banned out the Kufra.
possible, yeah, actually possible, but there is a lot of heroes as well to deal with the Fanny here. You got the Edith and you got the Paquito. But yeah, I completely agree with you. They could go for the Fanny here. They have it's setting up for the Fanny. They have the Esmeralda to zone everyone out. They also have the Matilda for the mobility. Then you got the Eve in the back line. So they are possibly setting up for a Fanny, not unless Thailand bans out the Fanny. I mean, it is much better than the
Your
Ling. Okay,
team
I
is
feel like
banning.
it would. Okay, fine. They go for the Ling ban instead, but I feel like they're possibly setting up for the Fanny here. But Indonesia, I feel like the last ban. Oh, they go
Your
for the
team
Kagura. I
is
was gonna
picking.
say Thailand could definitely pick up the Lunox right now to deal with the Esmeralda, but instead they go for the
Your
Fanny.
team is
They wow, they are anticipating it from Indonesia. They go for the Fanny instead. So this means that this is going to be an EXP lane Paquito. Yeah, definitely a flex pick early on, and we were anticipating that. Thailand loves this Paquito. They go for the Fanny instead. So now Indonesia is taking quite some time to actually pick their jungler, which means that they were really going for the
They
Fanny.
really wanted that Fanny. Oh my god, we're
Bro.
already hyped up in the picking and banning phase right now. What a counter!
They were going for the
Fanny.
Fanny.
They went for that Fanny pick. Now Indonesia
Going for the Fanny. They go for the Hellgirl. Yeah, they definitely were going for that Fanny. Definitely. Smart move from Thailand. Under the hands of Lois once again on this Fanny. But remember, the last time Thailand brought this out, it wasn't good. I feel like with this composition of Lunox would be really, really good right now. It has immunity. It counters out the Esmeralda. It also has the Order of Brilliance to just nullify the effects here, or to just escape here from the members of Indonesia. I feel like a Lunox would be good, but when it comes to the range, you gotta give it to Indonesia. They got the EU, so the Kagura has already been banned out. I feel like they can't really go for the Farsa this time. It won't be a good pick here for Thailand, so I feel like the Lunox would be good, but they go for the classic Flash 1. They go for the
Flash
the-
One
the-
Eudora.
Flash 1 Eudora. Classic Flash 1 special. So I feel like Eudora, just to answer out for the dive heroes here of Indonesia, considering how Flash 1 was able to play this early on, I feel like, if Thailand has the confidence to give Flash 1 that Eudora, but I just have to say that they were really setting up for the Fanny. It's just very smart of Thailand to actually go for it. Did you see the pause? They were
The
like,
Kufra
"Oh,
ban
dude."
gave it away.
Yeah, I was like, dude, are they going for the Fanny? And then when Thailand clicked that Fanny, they were like, oh my god, what do we go for now? What do we go for now? Because there's a lot of heroes right now. They're like, okay, fine, let's just go for the Hellcurt. Next best choice still. But first time, I think the Hellcurt will be played here in the Invitational. So, interesting enough, if there is a thunderclap from the Eudora, there is going to be brownouts as well from the Hellcurt. So a lot of zoning here, okay? A lot of zoning from the side of Indonesia. The Dark Knight Falls from the Hellcurt and the Kaas Esmeralda with the Falling Star Moon. But of course, Thailand also with this Fanny pick, it is enough to also zone out the members here of Thailand. So I feel like Thailand Lois can pick off the squishy heroes here, especially Maida and Rian on this Brody. So I feel like it's still pretty much an even ball game. But here comes Nokia as well, already on the aggressive side here on the purple buff here of Lois.
I was really laughing at that pause from Brand because Indonesia was caught off guard. As you mentioned, they were setting up for that Fanny pick, but luckily Thailand with the early flex Paquito pick as Lois will try to bring down Maida and Nokia in the process. Nasaki and Lois, a 1-for-1 each kill. A 2-for-none trade for the side of Thailand as they take down Maida and Nonkia in the process. Now, as I mentioned, Brad was ready to play that Fanny, but luckily Thailand with that early on flex Paquito pick. And since this Paquito is a very versatile player, actually you can use him in the XP lane, even a mid laner. So they decide to push him instead in the XP lane for this Fanny pick to work out. The steal is amazing for the side of Thailand, but will they be able to, continue the mind games here in game 2, as they are indeed in a 1-0 deficit against Indonesia, as Indonesia takes game 1 in the bag.
I feel like, you know what, Indonesia doesn't really have a lot of CC to deal with Lois's Fanny. I mean, Ka does have the Esmeralda here, but in terms of CC, you gotta give it to Lois here. You can definitely shine with this one, with this Fanny pick here. I mean, last time they were able to get the Kufra, so I mean, this time there is no hard CC here on the side of Indonesia, so it is going to be extra hard to deal with this Fanny early game. So the early game pressure is there, but here comes Brand as well, going in for the turtle. The Dark Knight Falls is already up for the grabs here, so one Dark Knight Falls can be able to zone out the member. Here comes Dark Knight Fall as Flash 1 gets the stun onto Brand, and Lois gets the turtle in the process. Real world manipulation not enough to take down any members here of Thailand, as Flash 1 is the only casualty here. Zanri forced to retreat here with Hasaki, and it's still a win for Thailand. They got the turtle, they also got the pick off onto Brand. Now Indonesia is saying, I feel like Thailand is really mad right now with that epic comeback game earlier on, and now Thailand actually steals away the Fanny, so that is too much for Indonesia to handle right now. But if you take a look at the composition here of both teams, you gotta give it to Indonesia as well when it comes to the range. You got the Brody, you also got the Eve. So that is something that Indonesia can leverage on right now. So with Thailand, they just continue this early game pressure, and if they end this as early as possible, it could definitely go their way.
But what is range when you're up against someone like Fanny, a very, very agile, if not the most agile player here in the land of Dawn right now, as we head to a technical pause right now. That Flash 1 Eudora pick again is working well for the side of Thailand. As we recall, Flash 1, when Flash 1 first used this Eudora, they were up against a Ling. Ling was picked, and to counter out that Ling, they indeed picked that Eudora, and in the end, that Eudora was the MVP. The stat line, if I recall correctly, was like 10-1-4 for the side of Flash 1. So I'm not really second guessing this Eudora pick, as they were able to pick off Brand's Hellcrit right early on in the process as we approach the 3-minute mark. So they didn't only steal the Fanny pick, but they also have a counter pick of their own. So Thailand's mind games really on point here as we approach game 2.
Lois will definitely shine on this Fanny, considering he's already standing at a 1-0-1 right now, and it's just crazy right now. Like Flash 1, as well as Zanri here can just put in the setups here for Lois to pick off anyone and they don't really have anyone to control Lois going in for the cutthroat. I mean, it's just, when it comes to CC, it's just Ka, but Ka is on the EXP lane, so not so much into joining the team fights in the earlier stages. But speaking of the lanes here, Ingen, I also have to point out the gold lane here. It seems like Brian and Izzy, they're both doing a lot of pokes, but at the same time, there's still no casualties here. Considering the range that Brody has, I feel like it's a matter of time that both these teams they have to control this gold lane with the way it's going. It is so slow paced right now. Here comes Flash 1 and Zanri as well. They are positioning here on the bot side, waiting for the proper setup, the proper initiation. But here comes Zanri. Here comes Lumpia as well. He gets stunned here, but here comes Brad with a Dark Knight Falls as well. Zanri with the onwards just to take him out and not get any kills there. But Lois, here comes the cutthroat. Here comes the cables from Lois, as he does not have enough energy to be able to go in for the dive. Still Thailand controlling this one. But mind you guys, this is the same situation that Thailand had earlier on. They got the early game lead, but unfortunately, when it came to the late game, they weren't able to control Ka. And speaking of Ka, he is getting punished right now real hard by Hasaki and Lois. He is able to sustain, but not so long as Lois takes him down in the process. But of course, there is a trade-off here in the gold lane. Izzy goes down under the hands of Nonkia as well as Rian.
I love how they went right after Ka. Oh, Deadly Stinger on Edith, but Edith will be able to disengage and, you know, avoid that real-world manipulation on the side of Indonesia. And as you mentioned, they really had a hard time against Ka, so they went right after Ka after that early on rotation. Two heroes on the side of Thailand, but the Circling Eagle will fall on Flash 1. Nonkia will take down a Flash 1 in the process, but Lois with the steel cables and the Tornado Strike, finishing it off with the Cutthroat as he brings down Nonkia in the process. Good aggression play for Nonkia, but not a good trade-off since Lois was able to actually take the kill for the side of Thailand.
Oh, now Thailand just banning away the heroes that can counter this Fanny. It's so funny that they weren't able to secure it themselves. Instead, it put them in a tight spot right now since Thailand stole that. Just the drafting phase already. Thailand, they just know Indonesia was preparing for this Fanny. And by the way, Lois is already standing at a 2-0-0. One more hit or one more kill here will give Lois here the killing spree. So when it comes to the draft here, it is only Ka, and I forgot to mention Meta. We can actually deal with Lois here. So it's still pretty much the proper setups that will come from Indonesia will do the trick here. But when it comes to the gold lead, it is Thailand leading by 1k. Not that much yet, considering how much they've already taken down the heroes here of Thailand. But here comes the Deadly Stingers as well.
A lot of counter engagement for the side of Indonesia. I was actually wondering why Lois didn't help his teammates in the process. Good Deadly Nightfall, and of course that Deadly Stinger for that Hellcore to turn things around. I actually thought it wasn't enough damage, but the damage output coming from Rian as well as Nonkia did the job after all. But now Lois will try to go right after Brand. Cutthroat will not finish the job, but it will, as the burning damage will do the job and is enough to take down Grant in the process. Zanri still going right after Nonkia, but Nonkia continuing to pokes up against Zanri. Good pickoff for the side of Lois as he was able to take down Grant in the process.
Brand fell down, but there's still no tower takes here. Here comes the Superconductor passive from Flash 1, and of course Nonkia was not able to stop that onslaught from Thailand. Here comes Rian. They are forced to defend this mid lane tower. They cannot afford to give any towers here to Thailand. But Thailand, despite the fact that they are getting kills, they aren't converting it to any objective takes. They haven't taken any towers here. So I feel like that's the next thing for Lois. He wants to get this bot side, and he can definitely do so. He has the purple buff. He can definitely take down Rian in an instant here.
Yeah, I do believe they're just waiting for that power spike to come up from Lois as well as Asaki, but Dark Nightfalls will be casted along with the Circle Eagle and real world manipulation to finish off Flash 1. Zanri not in a good spot right here. Will pop that Primal Wrath, but will Indonesia continue? They strike. They go for the Falling Star Moon against Zanri. Zanri will indeed fall in the hands of Esmeralda, but the reinforcement coming from Lois. Tornado Strike continuing his attacks on Maida. Not in a good position with that flicker, but instead will fall down in the hands of Lois. Now refocusing on Ka, Pakito and Lois going right after Ka, but the guiding wind from Nonkia saving Ka in the process, and now they will have to deal with Izzy with that Falling Star Moon. Will connect as well as the Circling Eagle, but not enough damage to protect their tower, and of course take one member from Thailand. But will Brody be able to finish off Asaki? No, Asaki will be able to disengage safely as they take two members from Indonesia as well as a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. But the fight continues here in the bot lane as Asaki continuing to burst out damage against Rian. Rian nowhere to go right now, but still being able to dish out a lot of damage against Asaki. Reinforcements will come right now as Nonkia will try to hunt for Hasaki. Will he be able to find Hasaki on time? No, he will not. He will disengage instead. But on the other hand, multiple stuns coming from Zanri and Flash 1, but Ka is still there to be able to sustain. But Lois, on the other hand, continuing his attacks. Tornado strike on that Ka. Ka will be forced to pop up that falling star move to dis their eyes on the prize as they try to take down the Lord here in the 10-minute mark. Hasaki not in a good position right now, coming up against Nunkia. And of course, Rion flickers out to try to delay the push coming from Nunkia. And
Look at
Rion,
what Hasaki's
as the remaining member
doing.
of Thailand,
He is
focuses
distracting.
on the Lord. Hasaki with a good distraction plays for the side of Thailand as they were able to take down a Lord for their side.
Yep, the distraction that Hasaki did. Did you see the way he was just moving on the bot side? He was just getting the attention here of Rian and Nonkia not to go into that Lord pit. And with that, it is not yet the Luminous Lord here for Thailand, but it is enough to buy them some time to take in the towers that they need. But it seems like they are doing quite well right now. They got 3 towers up against Indonesia. And as for Indonesia, they seem to be doing well up against Lois's Fanny, although Lois is standing at a 4-0-2, already getting in the Malefic Roar as well. Superconductor able to dish out some damage here to Nonkia, but is able to escape with the Flicker. Now Flicker burned out here for Nonkia as the Lord will be instantly taken down here by Indonesia for the price of 1 tower there on the top side.
I love the Bush gaming coming from the side of Thailand. That Edith, and of course that Eudora right now. Earth Shatter will connect, but who will get the purple buff? Will it fall in the hands of Thailand? Yes, indeed. But Hasaki not in a good place right now as Nokia. And of course the Dark Knight Pulse will be casted. Brad going right after Hasaki. Will finish the job with the Deadly Stinger. Zanri forced to pop the Primal Wrath as Izzy continues to dish out damage with the Falling Star Moon coming right again from Anaka, but Lois being able to dish out a lot of damage there in the backline, forcing Indonesia to disengage despite the very, very good early on aggression for the side of Indonesia. So they take Hasaki down by that Hellcurt, that Brad Hellcurt, but in exchange for Hasaki's life rather. So Lois trying to delay the creeps here as Indonesia tries to push the tier 1 tower. What an amazing clash for the side of Indonesia. Brandt was actually running the whole time, chasing after Hasaki. Hasaki not enough dashes to complete the escape, and Hasaki brings down Papito in the process.
The biggest factor here for Indonesia is the real-world manipulation and the Falling Star Moon from Ka. But other than that, I mean, it's just Lois wrecking havoc up against Indonesia 1 by 1. So Lois already standing at a 5-0-2, also getting the immortality, which buys him some time just in case he gets picked off here by Indonesia. But once again, Lois has this purple buff. Doesn't have really that much CC here on the side of Indonesia to deal with Lois's rampage. So it's a matter of it's really a great pickup here for Thailand. They can split push with Lois's Fanny, and at the same time, it is enough to distract the members here of Indonesia. But if you take a look at the items, Ingan, both teams once again are going for the sustain. We are seeing the anti-cuirasses, the Athena shield, so as well as the immortality.
Dominance
so
eyes.
it could possibly go that way, right? It could possibly go the long route.
Who will withstand the damage and the sustainability more? Will it be Indonesia as they try to continue the momentum?
Thailand
or
is setting up a death brush.
The Tyrants, yes, the Thailand actually
They
in
are
the bush
setting up
right
a
now,
death
trying
rush.
to bait up Ka. Will they be able to bring down Ka as
Oh
3
my God,
members
yes.
now of Thailand clash against Ka? But no, Ka was able to cast that Falling Storm as well as a Dark Knight Pulse. Deadly Stinger on Hasaki. Hasaki will fall down in the hands of that Eve, but Lois attack right now, clearing out that Hellcurt in the process, and actually
Rat is
not
down.
stopping Lois, still going right after Maida and Nonkia as both teams will try to disengage. And we'll see who. No, on the other hand, Zanri not in a good position here. Reinforcement from Rian and Maida will connect. Falling Star Moon will connect for the side of Kaz. They try to bring down the Edith in the process. Another good pickup for the side of Indonesia. They lost the initial class since they lost Brad, but they were able to sustain and actually pick off 1 for themselves. A 2-for-1 trade for the side of Indonesia, but no teams will take a chance on that Lord despite both teams disengaging. So good clash for the side of Indonesia, actually, tying the kill score to 11-11 and actually also tying the gold lead. No team gold lead so far, but Lois will try to finish off Maida in the process. Maida not in a good position, not in a good rotation right now to be pushing since the Lord is indeed up for the grabs, but will that distraction be enough
to get the
for
score?
Indonesia to take this Lord? Certainly Eagle will connect on Flash one as Brody will take down that Lord. Hasaki still going right after Ka, but now Lois with the steel cables going right after Nokia. Will Nokia be able to live? But Ka with the stay, no, Lois will take down Nokia in the process as both teams will now disengage. Actually made this distraction was very vital to why they got the Lord, but in exchange, two members of Indonesia will go down. But they do have the Lord right now, the Luminous Lord right now, since it's indeed in the 15-minute mark.
Man, how many dominance ices do you have to purchase? Ka, once again, on point with the Falling Star Moon, the only CC, or the only hard CC rather, that Indonesia has in this case. And since it is a Luminous Lord, with Izzy here as well as Sasaki, it is going to be an easy takedown on this Lord. Malefic Roar purchased by Izzy already here as well as Lloyd, so that is going to be an additional physical penetration here when it comes to the side of Indonesia. But take a look at Ka as well. He's not just playing for Indonesia very well, he is also pushing that top side. So now, with that being said, Thailand, they got the lead here when it comes to the tower takes as well as the kill score, but Indonesia is leading on the gold right now.
Indonesia really needs to capitalize on those pickoffs, the Dark Nightfalls as well as the Deadly Stinger coming from that Helker before they start to clash with the remaining members of Thailand. So it's very vital for Indonesia to get a pickoff here, since they are actually able to sustain now the Tornado Strike coming from Lois, but the damage dealt by Izzy, they couldn't sustain that. But on the other hand, here right now, Lois will indeed be casted. That Circling Eagle on Lois. Will Lois go down? No, Lois will not go down. Good Dark Knight falls on the side of Indonesia, as well as that real world manipulation as they take down the Tier 2 tower here in the mid lane, but re-engagement for the side of Thailand. Hasaki leading the charge. They will catch Ka off guard right now, but Lois not in a good position as Brand and Rian trying to chase after that Lois, but will instead refocus on the remaining members of Thailand as they try to push down Hasaki. Falling Star Moon will connect on Izzy, as well as that Helker bringing Paquito down in the process. Clint will also go down, but in exchange for Matilda's life, but they're not stopping.
Here comes
Lois. On the
Lois.
other hand, will go for Rian. Rian will fall in the hands of Lois, but in exchange for his own life,
Oh my
actually,
goodness.
Lois will survive the clash. Good micromanaging for the side of Lois as a 2-for-3 exchange for the side of Thailand. Indonesia won the trade, but Thailand was able to defend the clash properly thanks to the re-engagement of Lois and of course the early charge led by that Paquito. But we have to give credit to Ka once again, sustaining every single damage and setting up with that Falling Star Moon. Right now, Brad forced to back away since Lois is there. Will the real world manipulation be casted? Yes, indeed, but Lois with a sidestep using that steel cable to dodge that's Falling Star Moon for the side of Thailand. Fanny Pick is doing wonders for the side of Thailand, standing at 8-0-3. Lois, what an amazing counter pick. Mind game from Thailand continues, but will Indonesia hold on, as they are known for holding on just long enough to take down the opposition, as both teams will try to get a good position here in the Lord Pit. Ka giving vision for the side of Indonesia, as both teams will wait it out, will clear the lanes first before they start to engage. But a concealed play on the other hand for the side of Thailand. Will they be able to pick off anyone? No, they will not. They will just disengage. BK, your turn.
Man, a lot of isolated clashes once again here. That is the key. The name of the game rather for Indonesia, or rather Thailand in their previous games. But the Lord is now once again up for the grabs. But we know that Lois doesn't have the purple buff, so this gives Indonesia an opening to actually get in the Lord. But the opening is actually going to be the clash as Zanri and Hasaki goes down with that real world manipulation, as well as the falling star once again from Ka. with 2 members down here from Thailand, they will be able to take in this Lord as Lois has already secured in that purple buff, so he can go in as well. Once again, the Lord is still up. Dark Knight Falls here is available as Lois is the only one left. He does have the immortality, so it is going to be difficult to actually go in and steal in the Lord. So now, I feel like the call is banned. All those clashes just favored Indonesia once again, and this was the same setup that they had. Thailand had the upper hand in the earlier stages of the game. Lois rampaging up against Indonesia, but it is still Indonesia's game right now. It is still not over as Lois is doing his best to actually get in the Lord. Immortality popped up here as Lois will get shut down by Indonesia, and Indonesia will take in the Lord. Oh my, that was difficult to contest for Thailand. They still went for it anyway. Thailand, with the risky plays, did not pay off this time.
Did not pay off. Actually, the first initial clash there in the top lane, that was a good setup by who was that? By Zanri, that Earth Shatter, but the Falling Star Moon as well as the real world manipulation was just too much to handle for the side of Thailand. We have to give credit. We have to give credit to Lois actually delaying that Lord take and taking down Nongkia in the process, despite going up against 5 members to 1 right now as Ka trying to zone out Zanri in the process. A lot of damage dealt on the side of Thailand. The sustainability of Ka is just too much to handle for the Tyrants, for Thailand, as Indonesia will now refocus their attack on bringing down objectives, bringing down towers in the process, as they do have the Luminous Lord, but will Ka be able once again to make that Falling Star Moon connect in process, as it is right now charging right now, as Lois will try to disengage back off and will instead defend inside the base. Very, very risky play for the side of Lois there, but on the other hand, Dark Knight will be casted as they try to burst down this tier 1 tower on the other hand, but Paquito with a good knockup up against that Hellcurt. Hellcurt will be will be shut down in the process. Good knock up for Hasaki, but Brody will pop up Hasaki's immortality as they try again to bring down the remaining towers. Lois leading the charge right now with Zanri. Will they be able to pick off 1 member from Indonesia? Good defense for the side of Thailand. That beautiful knockup set perfectly to bring down Hellcurt in the process, but Lois on the other hand, not in a good position. Circling Eagle will connect as well as that slow coming from Maida, as Maida will bring down Lois in the process. Lois really wanted to get that blue buff away from Barat, but in exchange it costed his own life. Now 50 seconds here in the death counter as Indonesian forces will now force their way inside the base. Very risky play for the side of Lois, not worth it rather. But let's see if Thailand will be able to withstand the attack of Indonesia.
Really, the range here of Indonesia is just superior up against Thailand. There is really nothing they can do about the range. That's why I was wondering why they went for the Eudora pick. I get it. To sustain or to actually stun the members of Indonesia, put them in a dangerous place, but it is not working for them right now. The range or the AoE of Indonesia is just massive. You have the Brody, you also have the Eve, so it is not working very well for Thailand. Once again, it is the same story. They got the early game, but right now, in the late stages of the game, you got Maida, you got Rian, who is just free hitting everyone from Thailand. If you take a look at Rian and Maida's items, they already got all those Malefic Roars, all those Divine Glaives, enough to just, wipe you out from the map at an instant. So, I mentioned this earlier, they could have gone for maybe the Lunox or maybe a Mage Hero with a bit more range. I get the idea of the Eudora, but now Thailand is just suffering. It is time for Indonesia to shine on this late game.
Dark Knight Falls will be casted, as well as a Circling Eagle and Falling Star Moon, all against that Eudora. Eudora bought a lot of time, abated a lot of skills to be casted, but on the other hand, they are now focusing their attack on Paquito. Brody will indeed clear out Paquito. Falling Star Moon will be casted. Maida in trouble right now.
Maida down.
Still on Maida. Maida is down, but
oh
on the other hand,
no!
is down as well.
Left to defend the
Eagle
base.
will connect on that
It's
Eden
only
Lois
Lois.
again. A lone drive trying to defend, but the onslaught just keeps coming and coming for the side of Malaysia as they bring down 2-0. The Tyrant Thailand, what an upset once again, BK!
Oh my, Thailand and Indonesia. We talked about this backstage, Ingen. We mentioned that Thailand has been a powerhouse. They have been dominating here. Yes, they were in the early stages of the game, but when it comes to the 24-minute mark, this is where Indonesia shines. This is where they shine when it comes to the clashes. That's why I was kind of questioning the Eudora pick this time. I mean, Flash won despite the fact that he was able to perform really well on this Eudora in their previous games, but this time in terms of the range, you just got Rian, you got Beta, you got Ka here with the range and the CC. It's just not enough. Like, when you have a composition like this, you already have the dives, you need someone from the backlines to free hit. That's really what Indonesia had right now. And of course, the MVP of the game is none other than Rian. Had a very tough time up against Izzy in the laning phase, but when it came to the late game, with the Malefic Roar, with the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the BOD, it was just too much to handle here for Thailand. If you take a look at the damage he did to the towers, it's massive, 51%. And next you have Brad as well. So it was just the range here of Indonesia, just really winning this one.
Yes, I do agree. The range and the sustain coming from that Esmeralda. Ka once again proving his early on dominance despite, despite Thailand breaking their game plan early on with that surprise Fanny pick. They were setting up for that Fanny pick. Thailand stole it, but Indonesia stole the game in the end. We have to give a lot of credit to Nongkia, to Ka, and of course to Maida as well. And of course, Brad with an early on adjustment, with that Hellcurt. Like, I was laughing because for a time they didn't know who to pick since they were relying on that Fanny pick. So for a time, Brad was hovering to no hero, instead went for the Hellcurt. Good pick. Yes, I do believe that Eudora pick was questionable for the side of Flash 1, but then again, Indonesia proving that they also should be considered a powerhouse as they take down Thailand to a 2-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia, they really didn't have a great time last week. Not so much wins, but this time they proved us all wrong. They getting a 2-0 up against Thailand. And Thailand has been known to be dominating up against the other teams here in the Invitational. So this is quite the surprise even for us casters. So I'm looking forward to see more from our other teams. We still have actually a few more days here in the Invitational. So Ingrid, I feel like we are going to be seeing more surprise plays, seeing more new picks here as the Hellcurt popped up for the very first time here in the side of Indonesia. A lot of surprise plays and of course a lot of surprising turnarounds for all of these teams. But for now, guys, we are completely speechless with the results. But now we have to pass it on to Miss Aya once again for the time check and of course to give us an update on what's going on.
Time check indeed. It's already 6:44 p.m. and time flew by. I think I didn't notice that we just wrapped up two series for this day already. The games were long, but at the same time it felt like time flew by really fast because of the things that went down today. Really, really unexpected turn of events right here. And, as with the last match, this is what I would personally call a David and Goliath story. And everybody loves an underdog because this is exactly the same plot as with Blacklist International before earning the reputation that they have today. No one knew them before, but look at them where they are now. Could it be the same story with Indonesia? I would love to find out. And a lot of things can still happen at this point. It is getting more and more difficult to guess or predict who's gonna get into the semis and who's gonna get into the finals. And I can't emphasize this enough. The very reason why Razer is doing tournaments like the Razer C Invitational is to prepare our teams to become the possibly or potentially there you go. That's a mouthful right there, to become the next rising stars in the esports industry. And I think one of the biggest factors is communication, as with everything, with the shot calling, even with relationships in general. We need to communicate with each other, and that is a huge essence, or it's vital to winning games. And the sound of esports unleashed with the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. So I'm wearing it right now. Take esports comms to the next level with a hyperspeed wireless connection, hyper clear mic, and noise cancellation. So even though it's wireless, it's there's no delay with the sounds or anything. So you can listen to your teammates, or even just watching the tournaments like the Razer C Invitational, and take into detail, take everything, every small bit that you're getting from the tournaments with clarity. So that is the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro for you. Let us take esports communication to the next level. And now we are up for the final series of today. Woo! So earlier it was Malaysia versus Vietnam. Vietnam with a clean sweep. And the last match, one epic match by the way, Thailand versus Indonesia. Indonesia with a 2-0 against Thailand. And now Thailand making a comeback in the final series against Singapore this time. So we have a lot more in store for you guys. For the meantime, we'll be taking a short break, and we'll see you back again in 5 minutes.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
And we're back here at the Razer C Invitational 2022. I'm your host, Aya Esmaria. I am still going to be with you the rest of the tournament. And we are capping off today's matches with the face-off between Indonesia versus Thailand. Thailand going down in the hands of Indonesia with a clean sweep, a 2-0 right there, a David and Goliath story, an underdog plot twist, which everybody loved. Yet Thailand has another chance today to show the world what they've got as they go up against Singapore this time. So just to give you a recap for the first series, we've got Malaysia versus Vietnam, and Vietnam with a 2-0 as well. And let's not forget, we are also giving away some Razer products for you guys. Previously, we've just announced the winner for the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pro. To Alex Burlons, I hope you already got your product or somebody contacted you from Team Razer. But don't worry, guys, there is still more. There is a lot more merchandise that Razer is giving away because, of course, we are by gamers and for gamers. The announcement will be on the 27th, so you still have time. Go to Team Razer Facebook page. Comment down below what you think will be the winner for the Razer C Invitational 2022. And then one of you might be taking home or getting a product delivered to your doorstep. A Razer phone cooler chroma, could be a Razer Kishi, or it could be a bundle of a Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, Razer phone cooler chroma, and a Razer Kishi. All of that combined in one package. I mean, thank you so much for being generous, Razer. This is for everybody who is watching right now. So what are you waiting for? Go to Team Razer Facebook page and comment. Don't miss it out until we announce the winners on the 27th. But now we are diving towards the final series of tonight. Again, this is Thailand versus Singapore. Here's our casters from the Philippines, Burger Kim and Inga Nation, with the final series, game number 1.
Thank you so much, Miss Aya and Maria. Yep, diving into the very last game. And I would just like to point out that we are going to be having Thailand and Singapore once again. And I got to point out as well that Singapore loves all these dive compositions. But, I got to point out that Ingen is also flashing that Black Shark V2 Pro that we are both sporting right now.
Yeah, if Singapore loves those dives, me and VK love these headphones. The Black Shark V2 Pro by Razers, by gamers, and of course, for gamers. So if you guys are wondering what we're rocking, it's of course these amazing headphones. A lot of amazing plays wouldn't be possible without the amazing products coming from Razer. As we enter the drafting phase right now, I do love to point out that, Singapore, on the other hand, the previous day for the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia was able to clean sweep Indonesia. But right now, Indonesia was able to clean sweep Thailand. So I really don't know who's gonna win between Thailand and Singapore right now. I did thought that Thailand was actually gonna sweep Indonesia, but it's a round ball game, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of surprises, a lot of counter picks. So even ball game 0-0, the battlefield is indeed played off for any teams right now.
Absolutely. And taking a look at the draft already, Thailand preparing for the possible dives. And I gotta highlight this Cho pick as well, under the hands of JPL. He also loves the Eat It, by the way. The Eat It, the Paquito, and the Beatrix seem to be favorable choices here for Singapore. So I feel like that's something Thailand has to watch out for in the first banning phase, if ever they are taking notes. But it is going to be the standard Selena ban for the side of Thailand, considering the fact that they also have the first pick here. So with that being said, will there be the glue? Okay, yeah, it's not gonna be the glue. It's never the Valentina, the glue, and the Selena is never gonna be open. Singapore will never give that opening to Thailand, considering how aggressive they can play in the early stages of the game. And if you further solidify it with the glue, that is going to be massive for Thailand. But with those heroes being banned out, I feel like I might actually see, I'm not so sure if Thailand does play the Sicilian, but I don't think that's something we'll be seeing. But Singapore, definitely their favorite picks are the Lilia, the Eat It, and the Paquito. Thailand has the advantage right now, so I feel like they also love the Paquito, by the way, so I don't think they'll ban it out for themselves.
Paquito, yeah.
They both love the Paquito. Definitely going to be a contest for the Paquito, and this time I definitely feel like it is going to the hands of Thailand since they have the first pick. And what's highlighting the Paquito? No, let's shake things up. No, let's not give anyone the Paquito. They'll be a little bit selfish here. That's what Thailand is saying. So no one's gonna get the Paquito, which means that there is a lot of heroes open here. The Lancelot, which has been consistently banned away from Lois. The Lancelot, the Hayabusa, as well as the Ling. These are the top 3 assassin heroes that are highly banned here in the Invitational, and they've never seen the light of day here since they've been brought out like once or twice, but not as often. So last man here for Singapore, Lancelot.
Your
Yeah,
team
I
is
did mention
picking.
the assassins. That could be the picks here for both teams. So now will it be maybe perhaps the Fanny? But I feel like they will definitely reserve that for the latter stages of the drafting phase. So now if Thailand wants to go for a bit more conservative type of drafts, they could definitely start out with the Matilda or maybe even
Maybe
the
the
Esmeralda. Yeah, or the Sicilian. I've never seen these two teams bring out the Sicilian. So I don't know. Surprise us really. Like Thailand is a team that can adjust to whatever the opposing
Your
team will
team
bring
is
out, but
picking.
they go for the more reserved one. Okay, they go for the Matilda. Still a great choice. Singapore can definitely answer with, I mean, knowing that they love going for the dives, they can go for the Lilia. Definitely. The Lilia and the Eat It would be a great choice here for Singapore. But they go for the Kufra. Oh, perhaps they are
Kufra,
anticipating.
JPL?
I mean, they are anticipating perhaps the Fatty pick here, since there is a lot of respect bans here. The Paquito and the Cho have been taken out. So I feel like they are anticipating for the Fatty. At the same time, they are kind of baiting Thailand to, okay, yeah, bring out the Fatty. We have a counter for it, which is the Kufra. So now Thailand, they could perhaps go for the Sicilian or go for the Lilia in this case. Two of the highly contested picks, as well. If Thailand does go for the Lilia, it is something that they can take away from Singapore. It seems to be a favorite pick here as Singapore. Yeah, it is going to be the Lilia. These two teams, they know each other very well. They've done their
Not just the
research
two
prior.
teams, BK. Also, you know every single team very well. You've been
I don't know.
predicting the bans, the picks. Always
I don't
on
know.
point.
I just really don't know. I don't know. You kind of get it after a while, right? If you love the game, you've been playing for a while. Yeah, the Lilia and the Esmeralda, a great pickup here for Thailand, considering that Singapore can actually take it away. The zoning capabilities of this Esmeralda, and oh man, Thailand just had a very rough game with this
Very
Esmeralda,
rough game.
beating them
Two
twice.
consecutive
Really.
games
Yeah,
against
two consecutive
Esmeralda
games.
against Ka. So they really have to get rid of this Esmeralda or take it for themselves. But on the other hand, Singapore is still preparing for that potential Fanny pick for the side of Thailand. Lois, on the other hand, was actually a very,
Your
very
team
good
is
Fanny
banning.
player. I was actually surprised he was able to take on 5 against 1. He was alone, but he was able to take down Nongkia's Matilda despite being alone. So if you're Singapore, you really have to prepare for this Fanny potential Fanny pick. You do have to ban
Your
Fanny.
team
You
is
don't-
banning.
Just don't give the Fanny to Lois. If I'm Singapore, don't give the Fanny to Lois.
Yeah, now perhaps Thailand can take out the Hylos. The Hylos that can go to the sides to just go up against this Esmeralda. Or the Eat It, actually. The Eat It that Singapore loves using. The Eat It, the Beatrix, these are picks that they have been consecutively picking up. Yeah, this is just based on the stats that I've seen in the previous
Your
game.
team
So
is banning.
they choose to take out the Yuzong. Still a great ban here for Thailand, considering the zoning capabilities it has as well, the Black Dragon form. So a great ban here for Thailand. Perhaps a high loss for the last ban of Thailand. And as for Singapore, maybe, just maybe, they will go for the Fanny or maybe the Ling this time. So I'm not so sure what Thailand has up in their mind. Or you know what? Surprised me. They've rocked the Balman jungle. Thailand has rocked the Balman jungle. Even I believe it was them who pulled out the Basha. So I mean, surprise us really, Thailand.
Your
But
team
Singapore
is
already
banning.
knowing that. I mean, even though they got the Kufra, they are still respecting the capabilities of Royce to perform very well on this Fanny. Based on this performance earlier, the early game aggression will definitely
Yeah.
be there.
It's like in the first 5 minutes, their Fanny, Lois's Fanny was already 3-0-0 for the side of Thailand. But yes, indeed, a lot of players still up for grabs for the side of Singapore. You've mentioned their favorite heroes. There's the Edith. There's the Beatrix. The Beatrix is actually very
Hylos,
vital.
perhaps.
Yes, and
Your
their
team
2-0
is
sweep up
picking.
against another opponent with that Beatrix on the hands of, I believe it was it Adamir? No? Or was it Sailor?
Yeah, Yeah, it's actually Gear or Adamir. Singapore is so versatile when it comes to their lineup. I think their last game they actually switched up Gear and Adamir. So Adamir went to the EXP lane, and then Gear. It was Gear who went to the EXP lane, and then Adamir went to the gold lane. But now oh yeah! Oh my goodness! How can I forget this? How can I forget the D-Rot, which has
Your
been
team is
rising in the meta right now? One of the heroes I mastered earlier on. It is a counter to the Esmeralda, other than the Hylos. So I did not see this coming once again. And Singapore, they love the dive, so this is perfect for their composition. So now Thailand, they have pulled out the Granger. Still not confirming the fact if this will go to the gold lane or will it go to the jungler role. But I feel like in the current meta, they are pulling out the Saber pick. They are actually pulling out the Saber pick. So they are kind of like, okay, throwback to back when these heroes are actually good, right? The Saber, the Balrog,
And the Granger.
and the Granger. So now I feel like Thailand is just weighing on the options whether they put in this Granger on the gold lane or whether it's the Saber on the gold lane. Depends on what Singapore will pick up next. I mean, if they go for the Beatrix, it would make so much sense that the Saber will go to the gold lane. So it is kind of like that. Thailand just, oh my goodness, mind games once again. They are so smart on their drafts. And right now, they are just baiting Singapore to pick up that marksman. Like, right now, you just don't know where this, oh man, it is so difficult for Singapore right now. Will they pull up a marksman or will they pull up perhaps something different to go up against this? It's so hard to go up against a Saber. We all know that very well. You can't really get out of the map, especially, they're going for the marksman. So I feel like this is going to be a gold lane Saber, and then it is going to be a Granger jungler.
Yes, in the hands of Voice already.
Yeah, very smart as Thailand to do that. They pick up the Saber just to bait out a marksman pick here for Singapore, because it's definitely Singapore. They will go for the Beatrix, they will go for the Clint, or these are the types of heroes that they go for. But with the Saber, it is going to be extra difficult again for Singapore, or for actually Adamir here on this Clint to go out and scale up really fast. So that is a great way of controlling the gold lane.
Yes, indeed. And actually, their main roamer is Matilda, so it's easy for, Saber to actually engage, pick off those one-on-ones, and disengage safely in the hands of that Matilda. So, good strategy again, good mind games on the side of Thailand. They were able to bait out the marksman, as you mentioned, but, they were also able to do that up against Indonesia. But the sustain coming from Indonesia, once again, proved to be very vital in their loss against Indonesia. So, although Thailand won the picking phase right now, it's still an even ball game. So we'll see. Thailand versus Singapore, game 1 for the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia.
Let's take a look at the lane matchup, because this is definitely going to be shaken up, this game number 1 between Thailand and Singapore. Already in the EXP lane, you can see how difficult it is going to be for Hasaki here to actually go in and clear out the lanes, especially when there is the threat of the D-Rot here that can just, totally slows you down, counters out the Esmeralda. So I feel like this is such a great pickup here for Singapore. A lot of pressure already on the EXP lane, but if you take a look at the matchups, it is actually going to be a support Saber that is going to the mid lane. So this is, once again, Flash 1. So versatile with the heroes. This time it's not Eudoraphobia, it is gonna be the Saber phobia here. So I was actually anticipating the Saber gold lane. It makes so much sense to go up against the Clint. I don't know why they put Izzy on this Lilia on the gold lane. I mean, I guess for faster scaling, they want that insurance of Izzy to be able to scale up well in the late game, to be able to get his items as fast as possible. But of course, Lilia is also a lane bully here up against Adamir on gold lane. Take a look at how Izzy is already diving in with those bombs. So it is not going to be easy as well for Adamir to clear out the lanes here and to be able to scale up well.
Ult coming from Lois, as JPL was able to successfully defend Adamir from that ult coming from Granger, but he will indeed finish off that Kufra, as Hayabusa in exchange for that Granger will take down that Granger in the process. A 1-for-1 trade for both sides, as Zanri will continue to put pressure on Gear, as well as Sayla with Flash 1 right beside him right now. But that has to go on the side of Singapore, as you know, the jungler was able to take down that kill early on, as the Tyrant's Rage will connect against Flash 1. Both teams trying to get good position here in the turtle lane as we approach the 3-minute mark.
3-minute mark, already enough aggression from both teams. We can already see this with how they are countering each other out when it comes to the draft. But I would definitely have to give it to Singapore this time. They picked off Lois for the price of JPL. So it was definitely a win here for Singapore. And if they can further solidify by getting in the turtle, Lois once again goes down, but it is a 1-for-1 trade as Gear and Lois. And now without Lois in the picture, it is going to be Singapore. They can take this, they can easily take this turtle away. But JPL though is on a very dangerous position, as Flash 1 actually does get the kill this time.
Good counter set for the side of Thailand, taking down Gear in the process, as well as JPL. Now both teams still no team has yet to try out the first Lord here in the 3-minute mark, but I believe Thailand will try to get an uncontested Lord taker here, as Sayla from the side of Singapore, as well as Deroth will enter the scene right now, zoning out Lois and Zanri the process, but Lois will get that turtle for the side of Thailand. Good effort for Gear, and of course Sayla to try and contest that turtle, but it was just no match. 4 heroes against 2, and with that retribution, Thailand was able to secure that turtle.
Yeah, it is actually going to be a fast farm here for Lois, considering that the Granger doesn't really need that much mana, but a solo kill by Adamir, or rather Jox this time, on the bot side takes down Izzy. No black shoes there, unfortunately, for Izzy, as they even out the scoreboard once again. 3-3 is our score, but of course Thailand leading once again in this early stages of the game. They get the turtle. That is 1 turtle up for the grabs, but Singapore, they are still not backing away, so still a trade for a trade every time. But Hasaki winning that top side up against Gear, so wow, pleasantly surprised. A lot of outplays, a lot of surprise picks, but I actually wish for this. I mean, sometimes I have to be careful with what I wish for, right? I mean, I've been wishing for like uncontemporary drafts, and here's what I get actually. Thailand bringing out the Saber with the high and dry, and of course
the Granger.
Yeah, the Flash 1 actually doing very well on this Saber. Always consistent with the ultimates, with the triple sweeps. It really catches the members here of Singapore off guard. But most of the time, it has been JPL, so it's really not on the crucial targets here of Singapore. So pretty much Singapore still got this in the bag.
But on the other side, Thailand winning the early games for the previous 2 games, but this time, although they are winning the early game, they now have Esmeralda on their side to be able to sustain that late game damage coming from Jox, and of course Sayla as well as Adamir. But on the other hand, Jox went for the Wii Shadow kill on Zanri, but not enough damage to bring down any of the members from Thailand, as both teams now will try to take the second turtle. The second turtle is indeed up for grabs, as both teams will try to get a good position here. JPL charging that Tyrant's Revenge will cast that on that Flash 1 as that what do you call that, yin yang overturn for the side of Sayla will bring down Flash 1 in the process, as now Singapore will try to charge up against Thailand. But on the other hand, Hasaki easily rotating for the side of Thailand, zoning out JPL and other members of Singapore. Zanri leading the charge as the Falling Star Moon will connect. Jox will fall down in the hands of Granger as well as Matilda, but they are not stopping, still going right after Sayla. Sayla will indeed fall in the hands of Granger. Lois with a beautiful triple kill, although Singapore got that turtle. But for what exchange? A triple kill for the jungler of Thailand. Lois standing at 5-2-1 right now, as Thailand gets a 1k gold lead and a potential tier 1 tower here in the mid lane, as Asaki casting that Falling Star Moon to Gear, and Adamir. Gear will safely back away. JPL charging that Tyrant's Rage, not enough range to catch anyone off guard. Thailand with a beautiful clash to secure a 4-kill to none. Although they lost the turtle, they got 4 kills in the bag.
Yeah, and it all actually went to Lois, so you're just feeding Lois at this very moment. So right now, if this keeps going, I feel like it can be a landslide here for Lois. He does have the ultimate. Will he be able to pop that up? That is also a lot of damage coming in from Adamir, who, by the way, has already secured in the Endless Battle. So it is... Lois can actually go in for the Death Sonata here. I mean, catching the members here off SGP off guard, but take a look at Flash 1 with
Triple sweep.
that map awareness, the triple sweep onto Adamir that totally caught him off guard, and it's still Thailand winning this round with a 2k gold lead. Taking a look at Lois's items, he already got the Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar, so it is going to be extra painful this time. I love how Thailand always rocks these uncontemporary picks. I mean, when was the last time you've seen a Granger being played in the jungle, right? Right now it is mostly on the Assassins, but hold that thought though, Sayla with the Yin Yang overturn once again, gets Flash 1 in the process. Again, messy clashes here, but the mega kill for Lois with the proper positioning. He is able to take down once again JPL on this Kufra. And like when you mentioned, I've never seen JPL on this Kufra. He is more on those flashy types of tanks, like the Cho.
Eat it.
You've seen the Cho, the Eat It. Yeah, this is something new actually from Singapore.
That was a good yin-yang overturn for the side of Sayla, but not enough to deal damage on the remaining members of Thailand, as Zanri will now focus their attack on Adamir. Adamir forced to back away. Falling Star Moon will be casted, but Clint will die in the process. Triple sweep on that Gear. Gear will be forced to back away as JPL tries
that's
to back
Sonata!
out all the damage dished out by Thailand, but the Death Sonata just in the nick of time to bring Gear down as they take this first Lord for the side of Thailand. That good Death Sonata despite JPL tanking all the damage, not enough to cover for the loss. Gear there went down eventually, and now Thailand has the level 1 Lord, has the map control, and has the Esmeralda, because Esmeralda wins games.
Yeah, we don't know that for sure, but it is still pretty good right now for Thailand. They are in control right now. Black Shoes popped here by Izzy just to bring back his HP. Right now, Thailand, they have to further push this forward. This was their problem earlier on. They had the early game advantage, but unfortunately they weren't able to close the game, giving the opposition enough time to get the items that they need, and it was an epic comeback. It was 2 epic comebacks for Thailand, so they cannot afford to have another one right now. And we can see how consistently Lois has been playing right now. They're a little bit more disciplined this time around. So I feel like with one proper setup, once again, JPL getting Zanri, it's just Zanri here in the process, but Circle Eagle just to zone them away as they are able to take down this second tier tower, although Sayla gets once again the Yin Yang overturn on point here.
Falling Star Moon will be casted for the side of Hasaki, Thailand, as both teams try to engage here in the mid lane. Adamir continuing to dish out ample damage on the side of Singapore as they try to take down objectives and of course resources away from Singapore. That was actually a good Tyrant's Rage for JPL. Unfortunately, the backup wasn't just there, but they were able to indeed take Flash 1 on the other hand. But now JPL leading the charge up here against, but the Falling Star Moon will connect up against 4 members of Singapore as Hasaki continues to dominate. Circling Eagle will be casted on, but you're off with the kill on Lois, but in exchange for the life of Sayla as well as JPL, Falling Star Moon will indeed be casted
Triple
once
sweep!
again to bring down that Ross. Triple sweep was indeed casted, but Gear was able to dash out in time to save himself from a potential death. That Flash will go eventually to Singapore as they were able to take out Lois the jungler in exchange for Sayla and JPL, and Hayabusa is still alive for the side of Singapore.
Singapore already right now with the answer that was of course in favor of them in that clash. They picked off Izzy. Sorry, I think it was Zanri and Lois, so it was still pretty much shutting him down. And every time you do shut down the opponent that is on a killing spree or is unstoppable, it is additional gold for the person who actually took them down. So it was still Singapore at least striking back right now. But with the way this is going, Thailand is right now looking really good once again, but they have to further push forward. They have to close this game. This was their problem earlier on, so if this keeps on going, it is not gonna work on their favor, especially since they have Singapore here has the scaling hero, which is Adamir on this Clint, as well as Sayla on this Kagura. So they have to close this out. Really, it's not going to favor them when it comes to the late game. I mean, they do have Lois here on this Ranger, but you can see how they are more disciplined right now. I mean, in the earlier games, they were just overzealous all the time, always overextending, always initiating clashes that they didn't need to. But right now, Thailand, they're eyeing on this Lord once again. And mind you, this is the Luminous Lord, so Singapore knows this very well. The lanes are being pushed here by Thailand as well. So this means the fact that they want to solidify their grasp on this Lord.
Thailand really needs to capitalize on that saber pick. They need to pick off members of Singapore one by one, as Singapore needs to engage a clash, to engage a beautiful set to start things off, as a Falling Star Moon will be casted here to zone out JPL and the rest of the members of Singapore. But on the other hand, Granger and Saber as well, focusing on the mid lane, trying to get to that Deroth, but that Deroth is disciplined enough to back away from a potential death by Flash 1 and of course Lois. But now both teams still managing to get good positions for themselves here in the Lord Pit, but no team actually really starting things off, as Asaki will now focus on counter pushing, a segue pushing rather, here in the bottom lane, as Gear will try to prevent that push coming from Hasaki. Still no team will try to start this Lord, but on the other hand, I really think that Thailand needs to capitalize on those one-on-one pickoffs, using that Saber, using that Matilda, as well as that Esmeralda. But on the other hand, Singapore needs to capitalize on what they're doing best, which is the sets coming from JPL or even coming from Kagura with a yin-yang overturn. But right now, a potential clash will emerge as Flash 1 with a triple sweep on JPL. JPL backs away safely, but Hayabusa with a Wiki Shadow Kill, trying to zone out the remaining members. On the other hand, Gear will have to fall back as both teams try to still get good position here. Look at Sailor right away being burst down by Lois, as well as Zanri. Hasaki continuing his attacks on Jox. Jox has forced to back away, as I think this will be a clean and uncontested Lord take for the side of Thailand. Hasaki still going right after Jox. Jox nowhere to go as Gear trying to help Jox, but will Jox be able to steal this Lord? No, it will fall in the hands of Matilda for the side of Thailand, as Lilia will indeed fall in the hands of Thailand, Thailand, as well as Hasaki trying to go for JPL. Lois will finish it off. Wiki Shadow Kill, but no, the sustain coming from the three members of Thailand was just too much to handle. And now the Falling Star Moon connects on Hayabusa as well as Gear. Hasaki still has a lot of life left. Lois will go down to the side of Thailand, but Hasaki sustained damage and set up plays, clearly winning it for the side of Thailand. They have the Lord, they lost Lois, but they also got Jox and JPL in the process. Now Singapore is forced indeed to take down this Lord here in the middle lane. Hasaki still continuing the charge. Falling Star Moon will connect for the side of Hasaki, but will he be able to burst out Gear and Adamir? No, safely backing away with the help of that Matilda. Hasaki again, this Esmeralda showing that Esmeralda indeed wins games, BK.
Yeah, we don't know that for sure yet. It is quite early to tell, but it is looking definitely good for Thailand this time.
I'm all for Esmeralda.
I really don't know why they didn't pick this up in their games up against Indonesia. I mean, look at how Hasaki is playing this Esmeralda. Really, very cleanly. 3-0-7 on this Esmeralda. So I'm wondering really why they didn't pick this up. I mean, was it just to hide their cards, or I don't know really. I mean, they can't play this very well, and right now it is working surprisingly well up against Gear's Deroth, which is supposed to be countering out this Esmeralda. But you know what, Yinya overturn is something that you have to watch out for here when it comes to Singapore, really. But Jox really aggressive there. Boogie Shadow Kill with the Izzy, not enough time to click that black shoes, and right now Thailand, they are looking to close this once again. But it seems like they are having a difficult time with the way that the Singapore is actually managing their lanes. They are doing pretty good right now. They are still. I mean, despite the fact that Thailand has been leading, they got 2 Lords, they got almost all the turtles. So it is pretty much Singapore balancing it out on the tightrope right now.
Yeah, and they even take down an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. As a potential clash will emerge. Sasaki with a beautiful falling storm on 3 members of Singapore. The Death Sonata will be casted, but not enough damage to kill or to eliminate one of the members of Singapore. Both teams will be forced to disengage once again, as both teams will strategize and get good position to take down yet again another Luminous Lord for their respective sides. I do agree that Singapore, despite losing the inhibitor tower, despite losing the gold deficit, and despite losing a lot of members, they are still being able to manage their lanes. despite
Yeah,
the inhibitor tower in the
surprisingly,
mid
right?
lane. And they didn't just manage the lane, they were also able to pick off one member for the side of Thailand. And now Thailand starting things off here in the Lord Pit. But I believe this is just a bait, as Flash One and Izzy like being really patient here in the bush. But here on the other hand, in JPL trying to give vision for the side of Singapore, as Adamir continues to maximize his resources. But on the other hand, Jox here in the bush engaging with Zanri, forcing Thailand squad to back away. Zanri with low health right now. I really don't know which side is more favorable right now, especially here in the Lord Pit. But I just
They
don't
are
know
just
who's gonna
really
win this
baiting
game.
out. I feel like they're just baiting out. Like what I said, it is too early to tell. Here comes the triple sweep onto JPL. They are tossing a lot of ultimates onto the tank. That is not someone you want to take out right now, because the damage dealers are there on the backlines. Fortunately enough, there is the black shoes, but Adamir on the mega kill, and that is the roamer here out for the side of Thailand. This is their problem earlier on, and it is happening once again. Immortality being popped up here by Hasaki will not be able to sustain Adamir with the superior positioning. Once again, Thailand getting picked off once again. 3-for-1
but
Adamir
wait, the
shut
Death
down.
Sonata will finish off Clint in the process, as Gear will now focus his attack on Flash One. Sayla there in the bush. Yin Yang overtime to finish the job. Granger will fall down in the hands of Sayla, Jox, and Gear, as Singapore will take this Luminous Lord down as they complete the wipeout. Good positioning on the side of Sayla, actually waiting for Granger and of course Flash One to come closer, waiting for that Yin Yang overturn to be popped off perfectly in time, and now killing two in the process as they take down a Luminous Lord here in the 19th minute mark. That game was about to go already for Thailand, but Singapore just proving that their confidence is unbothered, that they are here to show and represent Singapore what they can do here in the Southeast Asia RAZER Invitational.
Quite a different Singapore. We haven't seen this because Singapore mostly, if you take a look at their games previously in the last week, they have been mostly on the early game aggression, but this time they have dished out like what their problem was, and they are able to fix that right now with a little bit more solid draft. But a solo kill though on Lois, taking down Sayla here. But this is still far from over for both teams. They can take down this Lord, but it is a Luminous Lord. But take a look at Adamir also doing his job very well. Takes down that second tier tower on the top side. But oh no, Izzy, where are you going? That is not back to your base. He is actually being cornered here by Gear and Adamir with no black shoes. Ah man, in a tight spot. Right now you are kind of seeing the Flash One on this this Saber pick though. I mean the surprise place is there, but right after the triple sweep, like you can be easily picked off. That is not the best KDA that you want to see on a Saber, right? It's 3-6-4, but he did do his job as the Saber. So pretty much it's still there, but Thailand, they really have to close this out. They have lost games just like this. Like the opponents were able to turn it around once again. Flash One using all the resources onto JPL. Not someone you want to take down right now. Oh, Noise though, bouncing ball. Take a look at JPL. So fearless on this Kufra as Jox will take down Zanri, and Hasaki finally punishing him for that overextension. A 1-for-1 trade, the tank for a tank this time. 21-21 is our score, but Singapore on the gold lead as well as the advantage here on this game.
5k gold lead indeed for the side of Singapore, as both teams have a 1-for-1 trade. Lord will respawn in 40 seconds as Jox utilizing the resources of Thailand and getting the red buff for his own profit. So right now, Thailand has to deal with no buffs, with no red buffs for that Lois, and I potentially think that they will try to steal this blue buff, this purple buff for the side of Singapore. But on the other hand, here sees Hasaki Adamir again with the pokes coming in for the side of Singapore, but Hasaki standing his ground as Izzy and Lois is there to back him up. Both teams trying to get good positioning once again here. And the Lord pit as the Luminous Lord will respond in 3 seconds right now. So this Lord is actually vital for the victory of either team. So they both teams really need to capitalize on the early positioning here as Singapore starting things off with that Lord take right now as Lois trying to get his purple buff. But on the other hand, Hayabusa zoning out Zanri in the process. But Clint actually didn't continue with the Lord take right now. So a 21-21 scoreboard here for both teams, but there is a 5k gold lead for the side of Singapore. But on the other hand, Thailand has indeed taken down an inhibitor tower for their team. So it's really still an even matchup for the game here right now as Singapore garners an early lead here, an early position here in the Lord pit.
Yeah, they. I feel like right now, all that matters is the team fight. This is also what Thailand missed out in their earlier games. They really lost all the team fights. So right now, I feel like Thailand is a little bit more on the careful side. They are a little bit reserved this time, not going in for the engages. As you can see, is mostly Hasaki pushing in the lane. So there's not a lot of overcommitment here for both teams. So it's just a matter of time. In the 23-minute mark, you already have all the items that you need. A lot of immortalities here for all the teams, but it is just a matter of the team fights. It's a matter of getting the pickups that you want. But here comes JPL with the conceal play onto Hasaki. They are trying to go for it, but is he tanky enough? Take a look at all the ultimates being thrown here at Hasaki, but also Thailand just using Hasaki as a bait there to further go or to actually secure. Yeah, bought so much time here for Thailand, but I feel like Singapore is also aware of this situation as they are now going into the Lord pit, but my gosh, one clash here will really do the trick for both teams. Jox does have the ultimate, but look at the way Hasaki is just zoning Adamir and Jox there on this Esmeralda spectacular play as Gear is focused on Lois, and without Lois there once again, the double kill here. They left Lois unguarded, and without that, 2 members now here for Thailand. This is the similar situation. I mean, Hasaki was doing a great job zoning all the members out, but again, for the price of 3, once again, Singapore on this clutch move, they are able to take out the main damage dealer. To take a look at the minion waves as well on the top side, it seems like Flash One wants to go in for that push, or wants to go in for the surprise play. Triple sweep is not available here, as once again Adamir is the target. Here comes immortality being popped up here as no casualties once again. Flash One and Zanri on the full retreat. Dead timers is already here, Ingen, as this is the problem of Thailand. They failed to close the game once, time and time again. They start strong, but they never seem to finish strong.
That was already a good part for Thailand. Hasaki buying enough time and actually picking off Sayla in the process, but Gear says no and taking down Lois and Izzy in the process, as we will see another Lord take here. Who will it go to? But I believe Singapore will have the final say as the Circling Eagle will connect against Sayla and Adamir, but Lois here on the other hand, just right on time, but the Tyrant's Rage will connect against Lois. Lois actually stole the Lord from Singapore. Thailand gets the Lord for their own as Singapore forced to disengage, recall, and re-strategize their strategy. Lois just in time, nick in the time, just in right time in the right place. Lois was there, cast this retribution spell despite JPL zoning out Lois properly. Lois was actually able to steal that Lord away from Singapore.
Man, with this Luminous Lord in the 26-minute mark, they can perhaps close this one out this time. I mean, this was the problem of Thailand earlier on, but you can also take a look at the burst coming in from Sayla as well as Skier. So if you take a look at Sayla's items, there's already the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive. And without a lot of Athena's shield here on the main damage dealers, one Yin Yang Overturn can perhaps take down the squishy members here from Thailand. Here comes the Lord, and once again, Thailand very, very disciplined this time as they take in the inhibitor towers on the sides. Hasaki doing his job as well. Luminous Lord once again down, easily melted down, but Sayla, I was saying that Sayla really
Falling
needs to
Star
really
Moon
want-
on 4 members! Falling Star Moon by Hasaki, stunning 4 members in the process, and Thailand brings down Singapore. Actually, their Rod was spending so much time there in the bush trying to go for that Ranger, but Ranger on the other hand was able to dash in forward and focus instead on that tower take. But another amazing Falling Star Moon for Hasaki as Singapore will fall down. As Thailand will take an amazing game up against who won again?
Yeah,
Thailand.
It's Thailand. Yeah, it's Thailand. Yeah. Like what I mentioned, like why didn't Hasaki take this Esmeralda if they can play it out this well? Like it really did so well this time. But if you take a look at the post-game results, I was actually wondering why JPL went for the Kufra. We are both surprised why he actually took in this Kufra. I didn't see a lot of set. Yes, he did soak up damage, but the sets really, I mean, JPL is more of the eat it, more of the jawhead, more of the show. Yeah, more of those flashy types of tanks, not really on the setter tanks. Like, so I feel like it was a missed opportunity here for JPL to get the comfort here. I mean, the Edith was up for grabs, so I was kind of wondering why they didn't take that. But this time, Thailand, a little bit more cleaner this time, cleanly executing that last Lord take to finish the deal. And Hasaki, of course, on this Esmeralda, just makes me wonder why they didn't bring it out. I mean, maybe they were preparing for this last final game. Finally, we bring out the Esmeralda. We didn't want you guys to know that we actually have this under our belt. So this is the time we bring it out. After that 2-0 earlier on up against Indonesia, it was really such a devastating loss for Thailand. So this time they are able to close this game out in the 27-minute mark, actually. So a really solid game once again for both of our teams. It could have gone the other way actually, but final Lord really sealed the deal here for Thailand. But speaking of sealing the deal, we gotta pass this once again back to our host, Miss Aya, for her thoughts about, once again, this day has been a very long day, not just in terms of like the games, but wow, really all over like 25 minutes. So Miss Aya, let's do a little time check.
Thank you, Ingen and BK Kim, for that. It's 8:05 here in the Philippines. We are still alive and kicking and doing the RAZER Invitational, and things are getting spicier here on day 5 for the MLBB division. Thailand retaking their glory with an immaculate win against Singapore. A good recuperation coming from that ruthless fight against Indonesia earlier. This is the morale boost that they needed. It was a close call though, as Singapore started to push back somewhere at the 19th minute mark, and it was a solid close fight indeed. And after everything we've witnessed tonight, we are off to an epic start towards the semis. Thailand still got it, guys, and that Hasaki play though, and the Lord Steel, beautiful plays coming from Thailand. Again, solid matchups coming from the teams tonight. Things are getting more and more intense here, and for moments like this in esports, we don't want to miss a thing. That is why sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. Always light up your immersion with the RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless with 16.8 million colors by RAZER RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode. You can always immerse yourself and get the best esports experience that we all deserve. And before we wrap up today's game, which is game number 1 for the final series, we have one more for tonight to cap off things. But before that, we have RAZER has a giveaway for you guys. All you have to do in order for you to join and win yourself a RAZER phone cooler chroma or a RAZER Kishi or a bundle of everything, which includes a Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, RAZER phone cooler chroma, and the RAZER Kishi. All of those goodies combined into one. You can comment in our post in Team RAZER Facebook page who do you think will win or come out as the grand champions for the RAZER C Invitational 2022, and the announcement will be made on the 27th. So you still have time. Do what you gotta do. What are you waiting for? Run to the Team RAZER Facebook page and comment down your thoughts and your pick for the RAZER's Invitational. And that is it for game number 1, for the final series. Again, we still have one more, but we'll be diving into a very short break, prepare things on our end, and we'll see you back again with more fire and with more spark in your hearts.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Welcome back, and again, this is Aya is Maria. We are now down to the final game for today. But just to give you a little bit of a recap of what went down today, it was Malaysia versus Vietnam at the first series with Vietnam with a 2-0, and then Thailand versus Indonesia with another clean sweep coming from Indonesia. Epic fight. And for the earlier game number 1 in the third match, it was Thailand versus Singapore. Thailand getting a 1. But let's see if Singapore can retake that win or that glory for today's last match. Only here on RAZER C Invitational 2022. Of course, so once again, we would like to give thanks to RAZER, for gamers by gamers, and sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation to prepare the upcoming and rising esports stars in the gaming scene. So, without any further ado, let's get on with it. Burger King and Inga Nation, let's rock.
Who will rock this last match between Thailand and Singapore? As we all know, Thailand didn't really have the best second series of the day, but now going up against Singapore, can I just say that this day has been very long indeed. We've been having more than 25 minutes per match. It's insane. Like, these teams, they're playing like it's the grand finals. It's not even the grand finals yet, guys. You gotta chill out, but of course you can't chill out with lots at stake right now. You need all the points that you can get. Thailand already getting 1 point up against Singapore right now. The first man will be a little bit different this time from Singapore, the Fanny. So, which kind of makes me wonder, like, if this is the pattern of Singapore, there's gonna be a lot of heroes opened up. I feel like Thailand is definitely going to respect the capabilities here, or JPL's heroes. It seems like those were the bans in the first stages of the game. I'm not surprised if in this case they'll take out the Cho, or maybe something as something like the Valentina as well, since Singapore has the first pick here.
You know what's funny? Like the previous day, or rather day 2, or was it day 3? Whoever gets Cecilion wins the game.
Wins game.
No.
Right now it's like
Yeah.
whoever gets Esmeralda seems to be winning game. So yeah, with that being said, I'm not so sure if Thailand or Singapore will pick that up, or perhaps ban it away. But with that being said, there is a lot of open heroes here, like the Glue, the Selena. I mean, definitely Thailand, you can see them getting all these like contemporary bans right now. It's Singapore having the upper hand here by getting the first pick here of this game. So it is going to be detrimental for them to be able to give away like OP heroes right now, like the Glue, the Selena. So I'm not surprised if those heroes will be taken out. We've already seen it being consistently banned out for a reason. And once these are unleashed, it is going to be very, very difficult. The Valentina and the Glue, definitely. But Singapore, I feel like they are baiting Thailand to bring something different out.
Your team is
There you go.
Finally.
Finally, somebody bans that hero out. I mean, it has been performing very well, and it is actually quite difficult to deal with. It's just enough to zone the members out. It is tanky. It can also sustain your lane. So wow, Singapore already taking out the Esmeralda, the spectacular performance it had. I'm not so sure why Thailand didn't do this in the second series, but enough about that. We are on third series of the game, the last game for the day. So is it going to be the Selena ban here for Thailand already? Or maybe the Paquito,
lot.
which both teams seem to favor. So there is a lot of heroes open here. Selena, Paquito, yeah, it's still gonna be Selena, which means that Singapore can start it out by taking the Paquito, which they've been constantly doing. So I feel like it can be that case here for Singapore, but ooh, shaking this up because they know that the Esmeralda is out of the picture. So they are anticipating for perhaps the Dash or the Dash heroes from Thailand, the Lancelot. So it is completely restricting them right now from taking those heroes. I mean, they can still take it, but it's going to be extra difficult for Thailand to pull those heroes off right now. No direct counter for this Phobius, so a great start for Singapore. So perhaps Thailand this time, maybe the Matilda and the Paquito, but it is already a direct answer. The Phobius is a direct answer for these heroes. But Thailand shaking things up with the draft by hovering over this, Matilda and the Eve. So a great way to zone out the members here as Singapore. A lot of range as well if they choose to take this Eve. A lot of mobility on their side as well. So Singapore, the Sicilian is up for grabs, but I've never
Paquito
seen
and
them play.
Sicilian also.
Yeah, Paquito and Sicilian. So I'm not so sure if these are heroes that Singapore will actually pick up because I've never seen them play the Sicilian. So I'm not so sure really right now what's going up in the heads of Singapore.
I actually love this first pick, Phobius, because on the other hand, Phobius is really a
Oh, there you
versatile
go.
player. Yes, so you can put him in the mid lane and of course in
There
the
you go.
XP lane or even in the gold lane. But right now we predicted Paquito and Sicilian being picked
Yeah,
up
Paquito.
by Singapore. Esmeralda wins games, but Sicilian also wins games as well as
Yeah,
if you partner it up with Phobius and Paquito. So I love the draft so far of Singapore, but on the other hand, Thailand sticking to the current meta, sticking to what works with that Eve and Matilda as well.
I feel like right now Thailand might actually pick up an
Your team
Aldous.
is
I don't know.
banning.
Or maybe an Aldous jungle. Surprise us really. An Aldous would be good to match up against a Sicilian, but when it comes to the meta, really, the Sicilian has been shining very well right now. Thailand with their final bans as well as Singapore, last two bans here for these two teams. They don't really have a hard tank
Your
here, so
team is
Thailand is
banning.
going to limit those out as well. They also don't have a gold laner, so I'm not so sure if this is a gold lane Sicilian. So it could also go that way,
Your
but the
team
Barats
is
as well
banning.
taken out here by Singapore since it is actually a direct counter or it is a great counter to the Paquito pick here. So Singapore also wise when it comes to their bans, but Thailand can possibly take out. I'm trying to think of what pause 5 heroes they can actually take out here. The Ruby is already out. So maybe Lolita hasn't been seen for quite some time. He has been missing in action, but I'm not so sure if that will be the case here for Thailand. They
Your
are
team
actually going
is
to limit the
banning.
possible gold laners here. So they are anticipating the Sicilian on the mid side because really the Phobius, we've seen it on the mid lane, we've seen it on the EXP lane. So it is really flexible right now. The draft of Singapore, they can still shake this up a little bit. So Singapore right now, they can target the heroes of Lois, but it doesn't make so much sense right now because Lois really Granger, Balmond Jungle. We've seen a lot of
even
surprises
Claude
from
jungle.
yeah, we've seen a lot of surprises from Thailand. So I am not surprised if they bring something different out. I mean, already Thailand, this is a team that you can't really predict. They are unpredictable, really, and they have been doing so well so far in the Invitational. So I'm not so surprised if they pull out something different once again.
Your
But
team
of course,
is
the
picking.
Yuzong to zone them out. But I love the draft of Singapore so far. They have the space for the Sicilian to kite the members of Thailand. So they have the Phobius to zone away the members. They also have the Paquito to do the dive. So really, they just need to solidify it with another damage dealer. But as for Thailand, the biggest question is their surprise or their trap card, right? I don't know if you've been playing card games, but the reverse trap of Thailand is always so on point. So I don't know what they'll bring out. They always have their cards. They have all the cards, but they seem to be playing it out so well right now. So Yeah, who knows? It might actually be a high loss jungle. Who knows? Okay, who knows really? I don't know where they are gonna put this high loss. It is actually very flexible as well. It can be the roamer, but in this case, it is a big chance it will go to the EXP lane or perhaps the jungle row. We'll really never know, not unless Singapore will solidify their draft with these last two picks.
Experience the euphony of
Shox,
Yeah,
on
the
the
Lolita.
other hand, getting Ranger. It was on the hands of Lois in the first game, but now giving Thailand a taste of their own medicine as Jock pick up this Ranger. Now, a potential Lolita rather, would make sense for the side of Singapore as they have the Sanguine Claws for Sicilian as well as that Luminum Blast coming from Lolita, so that's a good combination, and to partner it off with the Sonata Blast and the Wombo combo from Paquito, so a Death Sonata rather. So I love the team composition of Singapore. I'm not sure if they can be able to, pick off one-on-one pick-offs. But on the side of Thailand, the sustain with that Matilda along with that Hylos. So I still don't
This
know.
is-
I don't know who to side with, especially since the Esmeralda is gone, and I've been saying Esmeralda wins games, but now Esmeralda is nowhere to be found. So, BK, you do the analysis instead. I'm just in it for the games.
I don't know. $1 million question is what will Thailand put out in this very last draft? Once again, surprising us with this Claude pick that will go in. Okay, I was actually thinking that it might be a high loss jungle, really, but it is going to be Lois on this Claude to answer out to the Sicilian in the late game. That can burst out like the Granger and the Sicilian. So this actually solidifies the fact that Singapore will go for the same lineup that Thailand has, the Granger jungle that worked really well for them earlier on. But now with this draft, there is definitely going to be a lot of team fights again. Like you can already see it with their composition. The Eve, the Lolita, these are heavy, these are setters, all right? These are setters. This composition is made to have like team fights. So we are gonna be expecting a lot of that. But the question is, will this game last a bit longer than usual? I mean, Sicilian, right? Late game hero. But at
I
the
think
same
it
time, you
will.
also have the Claude. Yeah, I feel like it is going to be the game will once again the invitational will close out, exit in a fashion wherein you get the more than 25-minute game. So it is once again, welcome to the land of dawn. This is Singapore and Thailand, with Thailand getting 1 point over Singapore earlier on. So will it be Singapore closing this game or closing this very last game with a 1-1 up against Thailand? But then let's take a look at the lane matchups, shall we? So we have the Hylos going up against the Phobius. So this is relatively going to be a very even ball game. When it comes to the mid side, I do have to give it to Thailand, especially since Sayla needs time to scale up here. And as for the gold lane, the Paquito and Adamir on this Clint, so it is going to be extra pressure for Adamir to be actually able to scale up with this Clint. It is not going to be easy for him to clear out those lanes, especially with the Paquito doing the wombo combos here.
I agree, and I do expect Thailand to be the early aggressors of Game 2. They have the Matilda, they have the Eve, they also have that Hylos with Hasaki right now. Hasaki known for making a lot of zone plays, known for taking a lot of damage as Adamir tries to micromanage Izzy here in the gold lane. But on the other hand, JPL and Sayla still having a hard time against the combination of Matilda and Eve here in the mid lane. So this game will for sure go in the late games. Both teams securing a late game assurance pick here right now as JPL and Jox continue to go against Zanri. Zanri will be forced to back away. But on the other hand, as I mentioned, both teams, have late game assurance heroes with Singapore, Sicilian, and of course Thailand with that Claude. So we'll be expecting another 25-minute game here.
Jeez, I'm wondering why Singapore didn't go for the Cho tank. Like, really, it would be so good with the composition here of Thailand. There's a lot of heroes to isolate here. So I feel like the Cho, because I've never seen JPL on this Lolita. So this is actually this is a first here for JPL once again. But speaking of, that is a lot of folks coming in from Singapore as Izzy and Zanri are forced to retreat right now. But here comes the turtle up for the grabs for both teams. So far, there is still no casualty here for both sides, as it is a very pretty much even ball game. But I feel like both teams have already reached the level 4 power spike, so it is a matter of time that we are actually going to be seeing those clashes that will happen in just a few.
Sanguine Claws on Flash 1. Good counter set to save Lolita in the process. I actually think that, I thought Thailand would be the early aggressors on, with JPL trying to zone out, trying to dish out damage there. And as a Blazing Duet will be casted by Lois, but not enough to deal damage, but enough to zone out the remaining members of Singapore, as the first turtle clash will emerge here in the 3-minute mark. Gear trying to zone out Hasaki, but on the other hand, Sayla and JPL patiently waiting for Thailand to overcommit and potentially pick off one of the members of Thailand, as Singapore continues to dish out damage here in the turtle lane. But on the other hand, Sanguine Claws will connect on Flash 1. Hasaki is there.
Luminum Blast
will catch 3 members in the process. Phobius and of course Adamir continuing to dish out damage. That Luminum Blast coming from JPL. They didn't only secure the turtle, but they also got 2 kills, and that kill was very vital, but because it was up against Lois, the jungler, and Flash 1, the mid laner. So JPL Luminum Blast. We finally see a Lolita connecting that Luminous Blast early on in the game with a 3-man set for the side of Singapore.
Beautifully executed by JPL. I stand corrected, right? I was actually saying that JPL should perhaps go for the jaw hit, all those flashy tanks, but really with that one setup, JPL gets the crucial pickoffs and onto Lois and Flash 1 at that, the main damage dealers of Thailand. So right now, Singapore, once again, off to a great start. This is quite different compared to what Thailand had earlier on. They seem to be getting all the first bloods, but right now, it seems like Lois once again, man, with the Bat's impact, but Sayla also in a dangerous position. You're getting caught in the midst of it all, getting stunned by Hasaki as well, and it is a 1-for-1 trade, but still in favor of Singapore, as Lois already being picked off here twice at that.
Luminum Blast casted against Izzy here, but the Death Sonata will finish the job as Hasaki goes down. I love the Glorious Path recast to be able to bring down Sayla in the process, but in expense for his own life. Hasaki will go down in the process, as Zanri trying to delay the push here in the top lane, but I believe this tower will go down in the hands of Singapore. Zanri can't deal enough damage to be able to save that tower in the process. JPL not in a good place right now, as the Blazing Duet will be casted on to bring down that Lolita in the process and be able to disengage with no casualties for the side of Thailand. But on the other hand, Zanri and Flash 1 still trying to be the aggressors here for the side of Thailand. Good Blazing Duet on the side of Lois to secure that kill against JPL and actually get the buff in the process. A good timing also, as Turtle has now respawned, but on the other hand, Singapore getting a good grasp here in the position to get this Turtle for themselves, as Lois was nowhere to be found in that clash. Rather, here in the mid lane, a potential clash will pursue, but both teams decide to disengage. So Thailand securing a kill, but Singapore securing the Turtle here in the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, 4-2 is our score, and crazy how this game has been moving so fast. If you take a look at the items as well, all of the damage dealers for both Thailand and Singapore have already secured in the crucial damage items that they have to dish out the damage that they need to do. Here comes Gear with the Demonic Force. Lois being chased here by Gear, as fortunately enough, he is able to survive that onslaught, that Demonic Force that is able to zone everyone away. And with how this is being played by Singapore, they already took in 2 towers, so that is a lot of objective takes once again by Singapore. Not enough damage from Sayla just yet, but speaking of, they have already gotten the Clock of Destiny for Sayla and Gear. And as for Lois, he has also secured in that Demon Hunter sword, so it's a matter of time that they will be able to get it. Perhaps the golden staff here for Lois to be able to dish out the damage that he needs to do. But with the aggression of Singapore really on all the lanes, they are playing this very well.
Speaking of aggression, actually, Gear popped that flicker out to chase Lois, but not enough time, not enough range to finish off Lois in the process. The demonic force wasn't enough along with that flicker, as we will see a potential engagement here. Aluminum blast will be casted on that Eve and that Hylos. Demonic force will try to finish the job as Phobius continues to bring down that Eve in the process, as well as Granger on the other hand bringing down Lois. A solo kill for Jox, bringing down the jungler in the process. What a good initiation for the side of Singapore with that Luminum Blast, that flicker and ult combination, taking down, or stunning down rather, two members of Thailand in the process as they bring down Lois and Flash One in the process.
Yep, if you see the way this is going, the turtle takes here for Singapore are actually paying off. If you take a look at the items, both Adamir and Jox already has the Malefic Roar, as well as the Lightning Truncheon here for Sayla. So that is one item ahead of Thailand, who is, like, if you take a look at Lois's item, he is still building on that Golden Staff. So already at that, you can see how Singapore is willing to do those engages that they are doing right now. Once again, look at the burst coming in from Gear, as well as the zoning that Gear is doing up against the members of Thailand. Demonic Force again and again, getting the members of Thailand one by one. And as you know, we are saying all of that, it is just Sayla and Jox having the positioning here to just kite the members of Thailand. Take a look at the Bat's impact from Sayla. One Bat's impact was enough to dish out so much damage to Izzy that he is forced to back away from that. So I feel like this could potentially be a very fast game.
I thought we were expecting a long game, a really long game, since both teams secured late game heroes for their respective sides. But on the other hand, the Demonic Force along with those Bat impacts just proving that Singapore's confidence hasn't been shaking despite going up against Thailand right now. Hasaki actually using that glorious pathway to run away from the clash, since they just couldn't take the damage output of Gear and Sayla's combination as they try to take down a level 1 Lord, an uncontested Lord. JPL continuing to zone out Hasaki as well as Zanri, but will Hasaki make an amazing play? No, they will not. JPL with the stun on Hasaki. Sanguine Claws will connect as they bring down Hasaki in the process, but I do have to point out that JPL extended his Luminum Blast in the process, so no sets here for Singapore. They really have to rely on that Sanguine Claws as they try to track down Lois, who is nowhere near his base right now. Where is Lois? Lois is here, there in the bottom lane.
He's being chased.
With
He's being
JPL.
chased. Oh,
JPL with a good pick
connection.
against. Yes, indeed. And we do have to point out that Singapore has the Lord and Thailand doesn't have their jungler. So we will expect here at least one or two inhibitor loss to be taken down for the side of Singapore, as another kill for Jox against Zanri. The process, while Sicilian Sayla doing the rest, dishing out damage to kill Hasaki again in the process.
Singapore is kind of telling Thailand right now, this is how you do it. Two can play that game. We can also play this Granger jungle. And with how this is going, that is so fast. 11-minute mark. Lois with the Blazing Duet. Enough to dish out damage, but unfortunately, really, Singapore here, they are really winning this one as Lois really once again isolated from that clash. Singapore winning this one. 12-2 is our score. It's not even the 12-minute mark. They are on the full engage. Take a look at the sets coming in from JBL. Always so on point from the early stages of the game up until now. It has been very consistent. JPL really showing me, or actually I stand corrected here, JPL can actually play this Lolita very well.
This is the first time that almost all the Luminum Blast coming from that Lolita is actually connecting. Finally, sets coming our way here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia as Paquito continuing to dish out damage, but look at the damage coming from Sayla, coming from that Sicilian. one bat fist can do the job right now as Thailand struggling to defend their base. No inhibitor towers left for their base. They really have to rely on Loy's scaling capabilities in the late game. But how can you wait if that's the damage output of Cecilia right now? Singapore trying to go for that GG, but Aluminum Blast will not connect, but will take down Lois in the process as back.
They're looking to end. They are looking to end.
And Demonic Singapore looking to end this game in the 12-minute mark as Singapore completes the wipeout as well as their GG push without casualties in the process. Singapore proving that indeed they can do the Granger jungler as well, giving Thailand a taste of their own medicine as Singapore evens out the series with a 1-1. What a way to end the day, VK.
Yeah, JPL with that fantastic Numenon Blast on point in the early stages of the game was able to actually let Jox and Adamir here scale up, and not to mention Gear on this Phobia so on point with the demonic force that all the members here of Thailand are forced to back away every time he pops that up, really. Take a look at his teamfight participation, 94% really. He was isolating all the damage dealers here, Lois, Flash 1, and Zanri. And without any heroes to cover for both Lois and Flash 1, it is an easy pick-off for Jox and even Sayla. But I have to hand it also to JPL on this round. Beautiful, beautiful Numenon Blast. Always so on point from the start to the finish. And right now, we are closing the day with the 12-minute, or rather the 13-minute game. Really, really fast. But of course, Singapore exits this one in a dominating fashion.
Actually, the turning point was JPL's 3-man Numenon Blast set. Thailand was controlling the early game. The early on aggression was showing wonders for the side of Thailand, but that miracle set coming from JPL, catching 3 members in the process, killing 2 in that clash. Eventually, that was the turning point that Singapore needed to take down Thailand once again.
Yeah, we close the series with a 1-1. Thailand, not the best day for them. I mean, they've had a fantastic run last week, but for this week, not a good start for them. But of course, it's still pretty much good for them. They have evened out the ball game this time, getting 1 up against Singapore, so it's not so bad. But you know what? It has been literally a very, very long invitational for today. We have been seeing matches 25 minutes, more than 25 minutes actually. So it has been quite a day for us casters. But of course, you know, to ease things up, actually, Singapore was like, let's close this out with a 13-minute game. Really fantastic to watch. And I have to commend all the members here from both Thailand and Singapore. Their gameplays, really, this game was so on point. Their hunger for victory was there. But of course, we will be having more games here in the Invitational for this entire week, so you have to watch out for that. But now we gotta pass it on again to Aya. What are your thoughts? We've had a long day with the 25-minute games. Right now we are closing it with the 12-minute and 55-second game. Your thoughts about this, Aya?
My thoughts is that they're faster than my cup noodles. I was expecting a 25 or 27-minute match. So I'm like, why not cook myself a cup noodle? And I was supposed to get the smaller one, but then again, you know, maybe I could have more, since I have more time today, why not go for the bigger instant noodle right there so I can just enjoy my soup while watching the match. I didn't even get to eat it. I don't think it's done warming up from... It was that fast, guys. Under 15 minutes. Yeah, again, we've been getting almost 30-minute matches the earlier games, and we did not expect that. Revenge is best served cold with an angry Granger. Do not anger Granger. Do not give Granger to Singapore the next time, guys, okay? So, Singapore there on the rampage, of course, and that same aggression and rush that they've actually shown in the past matches. So, I wouldn't be surprised how they did it, but they did it so effectively that they rushed everything into 12 minutes and 55 seconds. Top. So Thailand falls again, but into the hands of Singapore this time with a whopping 13-2 score in game. Oh my god. Actually, can we have the casters in here? I just want to know their feelings. No, honestly, I mean, I'm pretty sure some of the teams here are devastated with the turnout, and some of them are very excited with what happened because a lot of things were unexpected today. But what about you guys, BK and Ingan? How do you feel? Like, I have never seen you so hyped up till today. This was your hypest, your most hypest, even if there's so much redundancy. yeah,
you know,
redundancy.
All I can say is it's a long day. It's a tiring day, but it's all worth it. As you can see, a lot of amazing games, a lot of epic comebacks, a lot of surprise picks. We've seen the Hellcurt, we've seen the Saber, and we've seen that Granger. But all I can say is Esmeralda and Cecilion wins games.
No, not just that. I mean, Granger core wins games today, and Esmeralda wins games. Just for today, okay? Just for today, guys. We are just pointing the game just for today, okay? It could be different turnout for the other days because we are gonna be having more action here in the Invitational. But I also have to point out like how creative Thailand could be, like rocking a mid lane Saber. When have you actually seen someone pull that off? Like, we've seen a Saber in the gold lane, we've seen a Saber in the jungle low, but really, Thailand, they are so creative. I'm just mind-boggled right now with how creative they can get. I am really looking forward to see more of Thailand, but I have to give props as well to both Vietnam and Singapore today. They finished strong. They've gotten wins for today, so I really have to commend them as well. But you know, this Group B, a lot of people have been commenting in the comment section as well. This is a very unpredictable group, really.
It was. You know, I can create new lyrics for a new song with what Ingan said. It's a long day. It's a tiring day.
Some supper thoughts for today.
Hey, but it's worth it. I said it was worth it.
It was worth it, you know.
It was worth it, yeah.
It was also worth it seeing Ingan and Burger King just go all out with that rage and fire just going in and out from them. So that was crazy.
Yeah,
so,
wow.
Yeah, you know, it was such an honor to see that kind of turn of events today. But what can we expect more for tomorrow's game? Who's gonna be up?
Okay, let me pull up the schedule right now for tomorrow, guys. It is going to be, once again, the same time here. Same time, same place. Stay tuned in the Team RAZER Facebook page as well as our YouTube and our Twitch for the live stream. But for tomorrow, we're going to be having a different group. So we're going to be seeing Malaysia, we're going to be seeing Indonesia, Brunei, if I'm not mistaken, and Cambodia, and as well as the Philippines. So I've seen a lot of the people in the comment section, like they are asking where the Philippines is. It's because they are in a different group. So tomorrow you'll be seeing more of the Philippines. By the way, undefeated still in the Invitational. We've had a little bit of a shakeup here today because Thailand was really surprised with the outcome up against Indonesia. So with a 2-0, really. I don't know what's going to happen in the next days, but I can say that we are going to be in it for a treat.
In it to win it, right?
Yeah,
but that is in it to win it. I feel like everyone's walking on eggshells at some point. Like, okay, either we rush it or we be careful. We become really careful in our games. We could like do it so fast or so slow, you know? Sure, slowly but surely. Or go hard or go home. It's like two opposite extremes today that we've witnessed. And but anyways, I'm pretty sure that Ian and DK, you know, is as hungry as me. So we can all get back to eating.
Yeah, we can all get. Yeah, you know what I was gonna say? Like, I was going to like, okay, whoever gets the 2-0 here or whoever wins the series, I'm gonna get like their cuisine. Let's say Thailand actually wins that round with a 2-0. I said I'm gonna get Thai food tonight, but I feel like right now I'm torn. Do I get Singaporean or do I get Thai? That's really the big question. Because they close it out with a 1-1. So now you guys are giving me an extra problem. What do I take out for dinner? But since I actually hosted for the PUBG as well, for the Razer Invitation day number 1, so I got Thai. So this time maybe let me get Singaporean dinner to close this.
Right.
To close it, yeah.
Why not both?
I
Just
think-
get the
I
best
think
of
Yeah.
both, right?
No, I think the safest bet right now is to go for an Indonesian cuisine because Indonesia.
Oh yeah.
Taking down
2-0.
Thailand 2-0 in the second series. Wow. Mind blown. Who could have predicted that, right?
Yeah,
Hands
and
down,
Vietnam
and
as well.
Yes.
Vietnam as well. Vietnam. So,
Yeah.
okay, there we go. Vietnam or Indonesian for tonight. There you go. We have that settled already. So I really have a problem every time I'm trying to pick what I'm gonna have for dinner. So there you go. Thank you so much, teams from the Invitational. You have helped me settle my dinner for tonight. But enough about that. Aya and Ingen. I mean, what about you guys? What are you looking forward to tomorrow? So it's going to be a different set of teams playing out. I mean, for me, I'm looking forward to the Philippines, of course.
Yeah, same thoughts. Not being biased or
Same.
anything, but I feel like all of the countries here are beasts. They're all pretty good and super solid. And I just want to see more of Philippines because we've seen,
Right.
Brunei, Malaysia, Singapore. But tomorrow, I've only seen them once so far. I
Yeah.
think in one of our days, yeah, just once.
Yeah, just
So,
once, yeah.
so we want to see more of that tomorrow. Let's see if they stay undefeated. That is the storyline for
Oh,
tomorrow.
yes.
Angle. I want to see if they, stay in that reputation of being undefeated. So something to look forward to tomorrow here at Team Razer FB page. And with that, guys, we're going to have to wrap things up because our noodles are getting cold. That concludes Day 2 of the Razer C Invitational. Thank you so much, Razer, for our Black Shark V2 Pro. Best headset, super light, very comfortable, even long hours of wearing it. Even the mic that BK is using, the headset mic, and also she owns Razer Siren, so it's pretty solid. Check it out, guys. Giveaways, don't forget. Hope you guys had a blast, and we will have more tomorrow. Special thanks to Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. Once again, this is Maria, Egan, Burger Kim, signing off. Good night.
Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Make it clap.